And we are live. Welcome, folks. How are you doing? How are you doing? Sora, Bill, Knife, Beppo, Liz, Sig, Josie. Hi, y'all. Good to see you. Hi, Arky. Hammy about 10 on vacation. Nice. Hope you enjoy. We'll catch you up after you're back. Hey, Victrix. Yeah, hope you're doing well tonight. Today we're going to continue the piece I started. Hi, Bean. I don't know if you heard it in Scream, but he's saying hi to y'all. We're going to finish a piece I started last week. So I will catch you up on the lore if you missed that stream, but it's a strange one. Very body horror, so I hope you'll enjoy it. In any case, started a bit late because I had some commission stuff to do, unfortunately. Couldn't finish it in time, but you're good now. I've also made some discoveries in the Google AI getting tricked by my work thing. I got sent a picture that showing that it happened again, and I also found some examples of my own. So yeah, it's still happening, folks. Google has not fixed this. It seems to be still happening. So yeah, we love AI and it fucking up and confusing unreality with reality, I guess. Sora's on a 50 stream streak. Nice. I think that might be the highest at the moment. I always catch you at the best time, Sora, I guess. But yeah, you guys want to see the AI thing to start? Because I'll definitely like forget in a minute. But yeah, look at this. I got sent an ask on Tumblr. Just like an hour or two ago. And it is related to the hive tarantula. Someone looked it up and it said the hive tarantula refers to one of two things, a tarantula species known as Theraphosa. That's the one I made up. Which is a symbiotic relationship with the wasp. Yeah, it basically like rewards my posts. And I was like, okay, I might look it up myself, see if I get any hits on just by searching it myself on Google. So I switched to DuckDuckGo because it has better, like, you know, you can turn off all the AI shit there. But I went to Google and turned off the extension I have that turns off the AI overview thing, and tried it with a few different things. And latest piece, 1656 P1 object, completely made up name of the hand in the asteroid, or in the comet, I should say. Completely taken seriously, 100%. I also quote someone called Boomer Shooter Art on Twitter, which is a great trustworthy source, I guess. I guess someone who quote tweeted me. And just now, who was it? Bill sent another example, and they got from Google with a shamefaced boulder crab. Yes, I love the confidence too. I assume the search was, is the shamefaced boulder crab real? Yes, the shamefaced boulder crab is real. The boulder fire likely refers to the camelation behavior. I love that. It is real. Oh, and it specifically, just in case you think it might be a hallucination, no, it quotes me. On one specific species, Calapa pseudopetra, which is the name I gave it. It described as a large rock mimicking crustacean that can be found on beaches and cliffs, patiently waiting for prey. Yeah, it just views it as real, which is really funny. We also got some examples of it realizing, I guess, no, I'm using incorrect words. It doesn't realize, it doesn't think. But it's correctly classifying it as fictional. Bill got this one. I got a similar one with the, what was it, Lighthouse Mimics, where it specifically said it's a fictional thing. And I think it might have to do with, depending on whether the AI overview thing reads from my website. Because if it reads from my website, if it gets to the page for, let's say, Hive Tarantula, it will read the text, and right underneath it says more speculative biology. If it reads speculative biology, it probably, like, you know, gets the hint. But there is no such link for, you know, there's not speculative biology, and so I don't have like anything to link it to. So this is, you know, this doesn't have like any specific thing that says it on my website except for the context of the website, right? So this one it takes as serious. If the website is parsed, which is not always, doesn't always seem to be taken as a source, but if it is, it seems to like get the hint, but only sometimes. And I think it's related to these. I don't know. I'm doing some testing. That's what I've got. Hey Mikari, welcome. First time joining? Oh yeah. Thanks for coming in. I love poisoning wells. We love poisoning the well, folks. But yeah, that's the latest news in the battleground of AI being tricked by my work. I love it. No, I don't. It's a little bit infuriating, but I hope that, you know, like these little disclaimers on my website, at least like some of them will be correctly parsed. Because the thing that bothers me about this, I've talked about it, but the thing that bothers me about this is that a lot of people, when they see my work and they're not familiar, the first thing they'll do is Google it. And Google, up to recently, used to be my ally in this. They would Google something and they would land on my website or on my social media, somewhere where they can get the context, right? It would just like circularly land them back into my art, and you know, they would realize it's fake.
The book of Bill prompted my habs to watch Gravity Falls, and we're going to read the book.
Nice.
I can't wait to explain about the axolotl.
I hope you enjoyed Gravity Falls. Such a good show. So yeah, like it used to be that Google was kind of my ally in this regard. Like it would catch people who like believed it a bit too much, quote unquote, right? It would catch them and point them back into the right direction. Like it is art. And like if you land on my website, you click on that, it says like there has like a copyright thing under it, and you know it says like, you know, all the terms on the menu and stuff are art related. You click on it, you quickly realize like what this is about. So, and it also like brings visit to my website, which is great because it gets more people to look at my art. Google has always been like the biggest source of, you know, if I look at the stats and stuff, Google has always been like the biggest referrer to my website. And, you know, that probably translates to a lot more people checking my work. And eventually, you know, indirectly translates into, you know, Patreon memberships, that sort of thing, right? Google is like sort of trying to cut out the middleman, or I guess cut me out of the equation by, and not only me, like every news website, right, is being affected by this AI overview bullshit. Trying to cut like the websites themselves by taking their content and synthesizing it into this bullshit machine that only fails a lot, but straight up like takes money away from the pockets of the people who should be you know, the bargain that you do online is you let these big companies like Google read all the contents of your websites. But the idea is that in exchange, people will, when they search for something related to you, when they search for the relevant thing, they will find your website, right? That's the bargain. Like, okay, you're allowing this big company access to your data in exchange for visibility, and like the bargain worked, right? Like it made a lot of folks' livelihoods, but this like cuts people out of the bargain, and the money goes entirely to Google because they're the only website that people are seeing is Google's, right, and their ads and stuff. So yeah, it sucks. I'm not gonna go too much on a tangent about this, but yeah, not only that, but it keeps telling people my art is real, which entirely like not only cuts me out of the website clicks, it cuts me out of the story completely, which sucks. But yeah, not too much ranting on that. It's a bullshit machine, yeah. Like it fails so much. I was looking through like a few of these like an hour ago or so when I posted this one, right? I looked through a few to see like if there was a pattern. Like it seems to do it a lot more with speculative biology
I
stuff.
read the posts about my Baldur's Gate 3 so can imply he was a real character in the game and scratched the backstory I wrote for it as well.
It keeps messing up, yeah. Uh, so yeah, you don't need to like, I don't know, be an artist with a ton of followers on social media to get like scraped in that way by Google. Actually, I am in a better position that, in this case, Lilith, right? I mean, it's a I guess it's not like super high stakes in that case, but let's say you're like a much smaller artist and you do something like that, and Google like takes you out of it. In my case, I got enough an audience that it can balance that. But if you're a small artist, you got like no recourse essentially. But so yeah, it sucks for everybody. Absolutely. Yeah, anybody making fiction on reality, that sort of thing is it's kind of fucked in that regard, isn't it? But yeah, let's talk about tunicates, shall we? So, uh, today's concept is a little bit. Also, look at this picture of a tunicate I found. Isn't it gross? I love it. If you saw the announcement post for the stream, you saw this. But yeah, tunicates are the closest relatives of vertebrates, us. More specifically, chordates, which is like a larger classification, right? The first ever animals to have a spinal cord that eventually gave rise to all of us.
Get them checked out.
Yeah, the our great ancestor, like the first animal to get a spinal cord. So the first chordates, that's what they're called, was something a lot like tunicates. Tunicates are chordates. These babies right here, they may look like sponges, and I put them as sponges in like the title and stuff because a lot of people don't know what a tunicate is. Tunicates act a lot like sponges, but they're actually related to us. They look like that when they're adults, but when they are a larva, they look like this. They look like little, what do you call these? I forget the name. Tadpoles, right? They look like little tadpoles, just a little head with a tail. And the inside of the head, the quote unquote head, is like kind of a miniaturized version of the body of the tunicate adults. So what it does is, as a larva, it starts swimming around, finds a new place to settle, and then turns into these sessile adult forms where they lose all of their, they lose their nervous system because they don't need it anymore. Now they just need to filter water. If you're acting much like a sponge, right? So if you just need to filter water, and some some of these are not quite as extreme, and the adults still move. But in the most extreme cases, like these, the adults just turn into these like unmoving things with two holes. One hole water go in, one hole water go out. And the only thing they need to do is filter out water, create little currents of water that goes in and out through each of these holes, and all the stuff that gets caught inside, that's your food. It is theorized that our ancestors, these first chordates, were actually the larvae of something a lot like tunicates, right? Tunicates like the modern relatives of this. So we got to think of like a common ancestor rather than like, we were tunicates. Tunicates and us diverge from this initial species, right? So it is one theory that this first chordates, this first thing with a spinal cord that gave rise both to tunicates and us, was much like tunicates, where the version with the spinal cord was the larva. But at some point, some species of these tunicate-like beings decided to stop metamorphosing and just stay on the larva form. And that gave rise to all of us. So we are all larvas, essentially. If you think of like a modern example of this, it's axolotls. We're just talking about axolotls in the Book of Bill. Axolotls are a species of, what do you call these? Like newts, right? That lost their adult form and they stay in their sort of like young form with like their gills outside and stuff. You can actually give an axolotl growth hormone and it will metamorphose. It still has the genes to metamorphose, but you need to like activate it with a growth hormone. So what would happen if humans and every vertebrate still had the genes, these like ancient deactivated genes, to turn into one of these? But they were still like, they were deactivated, right? So maybe like a strange mutation or something suddenly activates it, and at some point in your life, maybe you're like born with this mutation, right? At some point in your life, you suddenly undergo this process where you go from a normal human to something like a tunicate, something that only has two holes and only filters water and it cannot move. Your limbs atrophy, you stop moving because you lose your nervous system entirely, it just gets reabsorbed. Your bones kind of fuse together and you just become this unmoving thing that slowly becomes less and less human and slowly, loses consciousness, eventually just becoming this simple thing, just there to filter water. That is today's concept. A bit long to explain. Hopefully I'll find a succinct, is that the word? A short way of explaining it that, gets the point across, because, I don't want to like do an entire dissertation to explain a piece of horror art. But I think like the base concept is, what if humans were just larvae? What if we still had it in us to metamorphose into this like ancient form that we lost somewhere like far away in our evolution? Kind of like a barnacle. Barnacles are similar, right? Where they just become sessile. But they re-evolved that. Or they evolved that from scratch. I don't think barnacles and all arthropods descend from things like these, because they're not chordates. So they sort of like convergently evolved the same thing or a similar thing to tunicates, which is interesting. Barnacles are weird. Oysters, similar, but oysters are also not chordates. So like staying in a single place, being sessile and filter feeding is a really good strategy when there's enough food around. Sponges famously do that. Corals famously do that. Oysters barnacles, tunicates right up here. It's a good strategy, right? It's one of the, like, personally, like the earliest strategies that the animal kingdom had when animals were still really simple, multicellular life. And they were just like eating smaller bacteria and stuff. It was, and you know, there were still not a lot of predators around because animals were very simple. So it was probably like the earliest or one of the earliest strategies in multicellular life. And also plants weren't around, right? I think plants only showed up later than animals. We're talking like really early history of evolution here. So, Bean, what are you doing in my closets? Oh well, he doesn't seem to be messing with anything. Your friend is a marine biologist and they did their doctorate thing on tunicates. Nice. Tunicates are kind of fascinating. And they scare me a little bit because they make me think of that body horror of what if we could metamorphose. So, all this to explain the context. Let's show you what we started last week. We have started an image, it's still not finished. And we have yet to do a second image because I want to sort of show a process. So I don't want this to be a single image type of deal. So yeah, let's open Photoshop. I'll show you the first stage in the process. Again, image not finished. You still got to do the lighting. The face doesn't match still very well. But this is the idea. Let me put a background for this. What are you up to, Bean? Are you trying to get my shoes? Oh, you climb. Okay, so we get human slowly starts turning into this. The ultimate form is just that, right? It's two holes. And we got two holes as well. Mouth and ass. So your body essentially just becomes mouth, ass, and the few organs inside. Whoa, Bean. You did climb up there. He's climbing through my closet. I hope he doesn't eat anything too valuable. We'll get Bean to show up on camera whenever he's ready. He's kind of running around right now. So, the first stage, your mouth starts growing and taking over your face. You will lose your, you know, eyes, all of that. You don't need eyes, you're filter feeding, right? Your limbs will start slowly decaying and shortening, and that's why we're using baby limbs here. Because it's like they're essentially regressing and losing their bones. You know, eventually kind of becoming the stem. Like the forelimbs sort of fuse into a sort of stem-like thing, and your mouth and ass form the tunicate body. And eventually we end up like this. So, wanted to do two images. First of them is what you're seeing right now. It's this first step. The body is starting to change. The limbs are slowly degenerating, and the mouth is growing, taking over the entire face. We got no nose at this point anymore. The eye is becoming, you know, and slowly fading away. And, you know, they're in a hospital because at this point you're bedridden, right? There's so much you can do.
Ah yes, the ultimate form, sea cucumber.
Even less than sea cucumber. Sea cucumbers can do a lot compared to tunicates. Exciting news. Hey, Maxwell. Terrible illustrations. Oh, put them. Yeah. I guess, I mean, if they're illustrations, they will have a copyright of whoever illustrated them. So probably not for a sacrificial altar, since that's, you know, pictures for others to use. But put them in, what's a good place? You can put them in Hall of Muses, sort of the inspiration channel. That would probably be the best place. The book, if the book is old enough, I mean, you have to check it against copyright laws, but if it's older than Mickey Mouse, you're fine. Okay. So let's get to that. I got a bunch of images. Oh, this is like ones we were considering for the body. Arms. Hospital bed, didn't use that. Another hospital bed, didn't use that. Another hospital bed we didn't use. I mean, this one might be pretty good. If we change the, if we remove this lady, it's a bit of a different angle. But might it work better? I don't know. It could be worth a try, right? We just zoom in to this area, see if it's like high quality enough. It does seem, yeah, decent quality. It's not perfect, but I'm not looking for perfect. If the pictures are a little bit grimy, that's probably better actually. And where is the background? Right, so the lighting would be different, but we haven't done the lighting anyway, so it's not too bad. So it's better lit. I'll give this picture, this background at, it's a bit brighter. So I guess not as grimy, but we would have to remove all of this, which kind of bothers me. So yeah, and this one has less distractions. I guess we can make this one a little brighter. It might be better. So we just like turn up the contrast a little. And, you know, it's not very colorful. I'm probably going to add some color at the end. I don't mind that it's a little bit gray right now. That actually helps us match colors better. It's like, it's nearly a little greenish, isn't it? Right, yes, it's greenish. That's this like greenish yellow tone on the wall, and the shadows green as well. So yeah, that's sort of the color we need to match for the body. And I guess we can do that. That's the first thing we could do. Didn't Disney keep renewing the copyright on their rodent so it wouldn't end up in the public domain? So it is saying the original depiction of Mickey Mouse is in the public domain, and that is specifically the Steamboat Willie appearance, which is Mickey Mouse's first appearance. So that design is in the public domain, even though like that specific design appeared later. I think at first it didn't have gloves, for example. So some of the iconic things, and you know, the proportions were a bit different. Some of the iconic things, the red pants that would appear later, those are still under copyright because those like redesigns that they did over time until you get to the like very like well-known current design is, you know, that is still protected because that was on later. But that first iteration of Mickey is fine to use. Same with like Popeye. Like Popeye went into the public domain this year, and it is only like the first version of Popeye, which looks a little different. He still didn't eat the spinach at that point. It's kind of like, it's just a comic strip at first. So it's more, you know, it looks a bit different. It's not the Popeye that you'd think of in your head. I missed some conversation. And now goats are assholes. Be nice to goats. I've never met the goats from up close. Also, Bean, are we still up there? He has found a new hidey hole. I don't know if I can show you because camera angle, but in the closet there is like a little thing for shoes. It's just like some open sort of boxes that are piled on each other, and he's learned to climb them. So he's now sitting on a pile of shoes. Hey, Mully. Get that third place. Okay. Let's add, I'm thinking a photo filter on top of our tunicate lady. And what we'll do is actually pick one of these greens from the background. And we can apply this and look at that. She's turning green. But it's okay. It's for her good. Yeah, okay, lighting. It's another important thing we need to do. And, okay, remove her for a sec. Our lighting is directly from ahead, and it seems to be a single light that is just here. You can see how it hits this thing in the background. It creates a sort of first hard, then diffuse shadow underneath. Yeah, considering, if you follow the shape of this shadow and the shape of this shadow, you can tell that the light is like up here, maybe a little higher. So,
I love how we're talking about cute animals in the chat and Bali is calmly describing how it's going to further add to the horrors of the ocean.
You gotta balance it out. Pictures posted in Hall Muses. Let's see. Oh, those are terrifying. What? It's called the Water Babies? What's going on? Profusely illustrated. A fairy tale for a land baby. That's funny. That's scary. When were they cooking? Oh, what is that? I don't know what... Oh, that way. Okay, I see the baby now. So that's up. And I guess there's eels? Hey, I think this baby is not doing great. This fucks, actually. That's really good. Do you have like a publication date? That's so cool. Yeah, it might be in the public domain, just looking at the vibes of the images and stuff. The only visual match you can find is from a lot from a different auction. There must be some information on that book. It is profusely illustrated, after all. I love the title, though. Water Babies, a fairy tale for land baby. It says circa 1900 by Charles Kingsley. Let's look this up. I'm curious. Charles Kingsley. Clergyman, historian, and... Oh, Bean, you made a mess. Yeah, you better go down. No, it's not. It's nothing big. Yeah, wait. Dead in 1875? He was a socialist. Kind of based. I mean, maybe not. I haven't seen enough to say if he's based. Let's not jump to conclusions. But if that's the guy, then it's definitely pre 1900. Dean, you wanna come over? Are you still checking out the closet? Yeah, he is. He's too curious about the closet. Victorian novelists. Yeah, I mean... The Water Babies. Oh, written 1862-63. It was written as part satire in support... Oh, it's satire in support of Charles Darwin, Origin of Species? Wait, this fucks. I love this. Extremely popular in the UK. A mainstay of British children's literature for many decades. Oh. I gotta read this. It has some interesting historical things. I don't know I mean, what we would need to look up is that illustrated version of Water Babies. Like, when was that made? It seems really old, so yeah, I would be pretty confident saying it is in the public domain. Oh, you can read it here. Is that the same illustrations? It's in Gutenberg. Okay, that's fairly long. Oh yeah, wait. We did see this one, right? So these illustrations are probably from the first edition. Or, you know, from the first, yeah, specifically this version is 1889. So yeah, we are 100% public domain. So yeah, you can post it to Sacrificial Altar, actually, Mactol. That's a really cool find, by the way. Oh, what are you up to, Bean? Come over. Come say hi to chat. They're all waiting for you. Oh yes, they're all waiting for Bean. Let's put in the camera so everybody can see you. Chat. Look at this land baby. Right here. Oh. Why does he look sad? Are you sad, Bean? No, you aren't. You're just sleepy. You're just sleepy. We gotta give him attention. He needs it. If he doesn't get his dose of attention, he dies. Kiss my finger. Thank you. Oh, and the nose too. Thank you. You're too sweet. Hey, honey, you come at the perfect moment. Crunch? Bean? You deserve a crunch after making a mess right there in the closet. I see it. I see what you did. Chat. Does he deserve a treat right now? Does Bean want to crunch? I think so. Always. Bean, I am superseded once again. Their wishes must be fulfilled. Any excuse is good for a good crunch, isn't it, Bean? Okay, hold on. Let's put in crunch mode where we remove all the filters on my mic and the music. And got a treat for him. Oh yeah. Oh, he's excited. Don't try to get your face in there. Otherwise I can't get it. Here. That was like 3 good crunches. Good job, Bean. Okay, you can go. Oh, my my hand and this is full of bean slobber now. Oh, nasty. Okay. Let me clean my hands and fit in the camera and everything. Up correctly. His pupils just exploded. Oh. This is actually my layout, yeah. This is the camera layout. And look, you guys are layers. Layers are Bean, me, and there is a little reference in here. I don't know if you can see it. Bean is a smart object. I'm not. And then there's chat, which appeared as a little group. I rigged this up the other day. Book a bill? Of course. First edition, baby. Special edition, too. I got it sent over specially by Disney. Because you can only get that in the US, by the way. So yeah, I was like, hey, Alex, can I have one, please? So he sent one over. It was lost in the mail for a super long time, but it made it. You're working at Comic-Con? Oh, nice. Okay. Hello, Bean. Oh, Bean is like right here. See his head. Okay, let's go back to our hospital room here. So I was checking out the lighting. And I was trying to determine how the lighting would fall on our subject's body here.
The bean emerges from the depths.
I made the book. No, only a few images. Only a few images. A lot of promo stuff too, which was a lot of fun. Yeah, okay. So the lighting here, I think the closest analog we have to try to figure out the lighting is these sheets, which basically tell me, you know, considering how the shadow is falling on these sheets, it tells me that the light is like above this part of the bed, like above the top part here, even a little bit further behind, because this is in shadow, which would mean that our body would be like mostly in shadow, except for the top here, the shoulders, the butts. And then, you know, it would like slowly dissipate into shadow. So let's do just that. We're gonna find a good spot of shadow. We're also gonna turn the soft light in here. Bean, you're sitting on my tablet. You're gonna make things hard. Okay. Let me turn on the Bean cam. That's my tablet right here. He's sitting on it, so I only have this area. Oh. Don't attack me. He attacked me. You gonna do art? Oh, he might be poised to do some art. Oh yeah, I think he is. Folks. Hold on. Everybody stop what you're doing. Bean might be about to do some art. Let's prepare the canvas for the artists of the night. And check him out here. Okay, hold on, Bean. I need a little space for you. Here? Whoa, good one. Let me put it back. Whoop. There you go. Good job. Whoa, he's active. He is inspired today. Yes, you are. Oh, whoa. Oh, ooh, beautiful line. Sir, you are inspired tonight. Whoa. Okay. You got anything more in you? You got anything else? That's a beautiful piece of bean art. He's looking at it. You got anything? No? What are you thinking? Oh, okay. Well, this is a little, very small addition. He ran off, which means the piece is finished. Wow, look at that. That is complex. That must be one of the most, if not the most, complex pieces of bean art that we've had. Let me get a screenshot. I will send this to the Discord, to Val's operating room. I want y'all to give me your interpretations. He had fun today, and that was a quick one too. Like, he had the idea in his mind, he just needed to put it on the paper right now. What? What's that be? Are you playing with your... Are you playing with your aluminum ball? Yeah? Tinfoil ball? You know what I see? I'll tell you what I see. Let me offer my own interpretation, which is going to be in red. I see an animal of some kind. Right? Like a horse or something? Maybe? Like these are the ears. And there's like an eye. And a face. And like a leg and two other legs. Maybe that's a tail too. And it's just like zooming downhill. Maybe it could be like some sort of sled instead of a horse. I don't know. What the squiggle in here is, I'm not sure, but I think it could be like somebody jumping on it. I can see, yeah, I got it. It's an arm, another arm. Like it's a little bit stick figure, right? But is the person like trying to stay on the horse, but falling down? You see what I mean? I don't quite know if it's a horse, but I can see the person like trying to climb on top. You see a boar? Could be a boar too. I don't know. It's interesting. And there's these two lines. I don't know. I don't quite know how to interpret that. Yeah, to me it feels like a very dynamic piece of something like just whizzing past. And there's a guy trying to like climb atop it. Could be a guy surfing. Surfing is a good interpretation as well. Yeah, like the board. I can see that. We got the guy or the person, be genderless. We got the person striking a cool pose, right? Yeah. And a surfboard they're standing on. And that in the back is like a big wave. Maybe they're like, you know, putting their hand on the wave to make like a splash or something. Maybe that's what this means. So it's like a big wave sort of breaking here. I like that interpretation a lot too. Windswept cliffs. I could see that too. It's a person like trying to like stay on a cliff. They're about to fall. Some action movie scene. Bean! Be careful. That's cables. That's not to play with. Here, have a toy. Going crazy over here. The treats just activated him. And I guess the arts. But I get him. Art is, I think, quite like art to revitalize you. So yeah, beautiful bean art today. Lovely piece. We are, you know, we're all following in the footsteps of this incredible artist. I am but a pale imitation of his grand vision. But maybe someday I aspire to become a bit more like him. One day we'll overlay every bean drawing and I'll finalize a long outspoken English sentence describing the end of humanity. Thanks, Hanny. Glad you like it. People dragging that Pixar movie, Elio. I saw a poster for that. Was it like terribly advertised? Because I like never heard about it until I heard that it bombed at the box office. And it's like, you guys advertised this one? Originally being a queer kid's story and then completely scrubbed of all character and meaning to be core. That sounds like Pixar, or I guess Disney, to be honest. I can't say I'm like too surprised. Was AI generated garbage. There's so much AI generated like Pixar style bullshit. And now the Pixar needs to like make themselves look different, I guess. What's going on, Bean? You still playing around? Yeah. He's spending his energy. The original director and screenwriter was a gay man who got tired of his story getting rewritten and censored. They replaced him with toothless directors. It's like, yeah, it's disappointing, but at this point, no, it's not surprising. Every time Disney does like, oh, we're gonna do like a first queer character, it's literally just a background character that they cut for some audiences. It's stupid. And they've done it several times too. Like, it's a pattern with them. They want to look like they have representation, but they actually don't. Bean, you gotta be careful. I'm going under my chair. You could get hurt. Here's your toy. Hold on. He's losing his toys under my chair. This, one of his favorite toys, by the way. Straight up just a ball of tinfoil. If you have cats, do this. It's so easy. They play them with like footballs and keeps it entertained for a long time. Here you go, Bean. Enjoy. How many first queer characters can they make? As many as money can buy, I guess. What do you think of you going down the cryptid paranormal tourist trap career path, Chronicle Stan style? Chase your bliss. That sounds really fun. Wait, Mike Mignola did character design for Atlantis? That's why that movie has such good character design. I love that movie as a kid. I know it's flawed, but I just love the designs. I love the sort of like steampunk-ish submarines and stuff that they had. That was awesome. I loved that as a kid. Where's the head? Here. I was thinking of entirely removing the jaw, because she's losing her bones, right? So it would make sense if it would get sort of flattened. Hate how safe a lot of creations feel now. Yeah, it's sequels, reboots, live action remakes. Yeah. I really hope Hollywood breaks out of that pattern. It's so boring. What is that? What did you break? Hold on, he broke something. Come on. He's trying to destroy my rug very slowly. He'll bite at the corner of it, and I don't know how to stop him. If you got any tips against cats biting rugs, please let me know. It is the hour. It is the hour of the animal. Yes, it's literally the hour of the animal right now. I'm glad you'll remember that. The hour of the animal, for those who don't know, is what we say, what my partner and I say. For like, Bean has like in his brain, he has like he's very scheduled. He has to be doing the same thing in the same hour every day. So he has like certain hours. He has the hour of the window, which is when he stands in a certain room on top of a table and looks out to the same window. He does this every morning. And so it's the hour of the window, right? It's a few hours, but we just call it the hour of the window. And then at sometime at night, I guess tonight is a little bit late. It started at about 3. Usually it's a little earlier. It's the hour of the animal. It is the hour of the animal, which is when he goes like bananas. And he starts like, letting out all of his saved up energy. So yeah, he just lets his inner animal out. WALL-E was such a beautiful movie for me when I first saw it. I loved WALL-E. I was jokingly going to say spray some spicy chemical on the rug. He would probably like it. He likes spicy food.
When I put all it away, it's the hour of the scream.
The hour of the scream. Okay, I'm trying to figure out the lighting and some of the details around the head. I just noticed that, that technically it's two different pictures for the shoulders and the head. So the hair is actually, it's blonde here and it's much darker here. So I'm going to fix that real quick. Let's see, that's the body main. Wait, there's two. Yeah, that's the body. We're watching Adventure Time. I rewatched it, I want to say late last year or early this year. Don't recall exactly. But I hadn't watched it since way back, and I had never watched the last few seasons. I actually wanted to watch Fiona and Cake, and I was like, probably gonna have to rewatch Adventure Time before. And I really liked it. It really holds up. Adventure Time did a better swing into serious plots than Steven Universe did. I guess it was like more of a swing. Steven Universe, I feel like it was always geared there. Adventure Time, it feels like they sort of discovered it as they went. Marceline is the best, yes. Absolutely. Gonna make the eye smaller too, because the eye is also like slowly degenerating into nothing. Yeah, the smaller eye makes it slightly less human, and I think that's good. Also, okay, there are a couple things that bother me. I do like the ear and the earring. I think that's pretty like interesting that there's still like little hints of the human that was there, right? The fact that there's an earring is a sentence, a very small detail. Like whoever is taking care of this person who's slowly mutating is still like, putting some of their jewelry on, trying to make them feel a bit more like who they were, even though they're slowly disappearing as a person. So it does bring in a little bit of humanity that like makes it sadder, but body horror has to be a little sad. But the hair feels too perfect, right? Like it feels like the hair should also like be slowly degenerating, slowly, falling out and getting thinner. So yeah, I should probably mix this with maybe like a balding hairline. I don't know what I'll find, but there's good stuff around. Also, the way I cut the mouth of the tunicate is, I don't love it, so.
That bitch some alopecia.
That's another way of saying it, yeah. You always know how to put things into words, Sammy. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut it like this. And I got a second one prepared to sort of like bring back the original edge, just like push it down a little bit so it's not like poking out at a weird angle. What creature is the eyeball from? Elephants. Elephant is one of my favorite things for like humanoid eyes that aren't quite humanoid. I've used this in Dreadfarer.
Major in English for 4 years to not learn how to put English in a chokehold for the purposes of entertainment.
Good point. Yeah, elephant eyes are all over Dreadfarer. Actually, the Bookabil, it used to have one. I think then that picture ended up getting cut. But it used to be like in the background of the little thing. in like an early version of a page. Do you think the teeth fall off or they retract, soften? I think they would end up falling off mostly because of, you know, the teeth are a little bit harder and don't tend to get reabsorbed when bone does. But the bone around them, the bone that's keeping them together, will disappear or like reabsorb much earlier, which means like the teeth will just not have, you know, they won't hold together well and they'll fall off. So I think they would fall off. I have a way with words, and that way is a chainsaw. Love that. You should have Ham Husband come into chat sometime. We need his way with words. How long would someone with this condition live? They end up starving. I assume at some point you just got to put them in a tank because they're only going to be able to filter feed. Although I don't know, would they survive? I think they're doomed because they would probably only be able to feed in water, but they probably also still keep like lungs. Like I don't think they would develop gills. So they would probably still keep their lungs. So I assume they would need to be fed with some sort of drip or something. They could survive in medical care. I don't know for how long. Like I feel like it would eventually, like some mutation or some change in the body would eventually like catch up with them. It's really creepy when you put it like this. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna do something. We got this tunicate, which I used for the face. Hello. And if I flip it like this, and make that more or less match the neck, I feel like we could get a much more interesting neck that looks a little less human and that has these little holes just to make it a little bit ickier, you know? I worked on the Book of Bill, yeah. Hold on. Let me show you some of the stuff I made. My face is in the Book of Bill. Oh, twisted, but... Book of Bill. I also did the countdown illustrations, yes, for social media. Let me show you some of the stuff I made. Oh, this is where the eye used to be in the table of contents. It was poking out of one of these. I did make very, very silly things, but I did make the CAPTCHA symbol. It used to just be a normal CAPTCHA thing. And when I was editing this page to add those things, you know, that did get removed. But I was like, I don't know if CAPTCHA would like their trademark there. So I took it upon myself to make a Bill CAPTCHA symbol. Let me see. Where's my face? My face. Oh, face full of teeth lady. That's me. That's not me. That's a picture I made. Faces. Trevor made I think all of these. Aha! Full page. This page was my idea also. I was like, hey, it'd be fun to have a page of like twisted faces that build it. I'm trying to like capture it well, but it keeps getting the shine. But that's me. His name is Eduardo. I didn't put the names in. That was Alex's idea. I just did like the whole background and kind of left it open to the for the text and some artists to draw Bill. I don't know who did this one. But yeah, it's full. There's a bunch of little references in there, which don't show too well on the camera. This one's also mine. Here. Types of possession. I should have a page on my website for different things I did for the Book of Bill. Oh man, Disney cut like half of this illustration. But yeah, the idea is that puppets were once living, breathing organisms, and the Dutch hunted them to extinction in the 1600s. So I edited this picture, this drawing of engraving, I mean, of this guy was hunting a deer originally, and I edited it to become a Muppet. Had to change the Muppet design twice because Disney was like, that's too close to the actual Muppets. So I'm like, okay. And we kept changing things, like the hair was added in later. We had to change the ruffles so they weren't too close to Kermit's. And next to it, I think I can show this. I think let me show you a picture, a never released picture for the Book of Bill. If I can find it. That, yeah, Disney cut because they were too scared of the truth. This was the original puppet, by the way. I was like, oh, it looks so much like Kermit. Change some things. Okay, it doesn't look like Kermit to me, but whatever. But this was the other picture, which had, you know, the engraving in the back, but had the dead version of the puppet in the museum case. With like the torn to shreds and stuff. Like it's some bad taxidermy. Disney didn't like this. They said it looked too explicit or something. Made me change it. But now you get to see it. I also made the giant fry. The giant fry. This was really, a really funny one to make. Disney, yes, bunch of cowards. Also got I'm looking for the land orca. That was a fun one as well. Here, this is just like talking about Gravity Falls, and I made the land orca, which is meant to be like, you know, fake. Like the inspiration was like the classic Bigfoot photo, right, where you just this grainy picture looking at it from the side. But it's a land orca, and I also made this, which is the gnome skull. I think you can see my signature right there in the corner. And also made this little question mark feather on a bit on a bird. What else do I have? Yes, this one where we wanted to make like some conspiracy theorist guy to kind of like the meme, like the aliens guy, but you know, we didn't want to like use his likeness or anything like too close. So I cooked up a new kind of guy by mixing up a bunch of different faces and some crazy hair, and had like the sort of, you know, the old school TV show graphic with aliens, and it's like the used to be about history channel, which shows up in Gravity Falls, and the Easter Island heads building a fake portal. That was me. Anyway, I'll, I'll stop now. There's a few more throughout the book, but you get the idea. I just wanted to show you some like never published things. I'll probably have a little page on my website at some point. I've been planning on doing it. I've just been lazy. And also I didn't want to like do it too close to the release because I didn't want to spoil things for people getting the book, potentially detract from the book sales, get Disney on my ass. But yeah, it's definitely like it's been long enough that we can share the more behind the scenes. I've seen a lot of other artists from the book do it, so I think it should be fine. Probably will do that eventually. I just got to take a little time to put it all together. There it is. Oop, oop. With its companion bug. Let me get Bean, by the way. Bean. The Bean is loose. There's somebody being a shithead on the Discord? Where? Oh, it's someone tagging the mods 1,000 times? Okay, that's an easy ban. Ban for spam. Boom. Yeah, someone showed up on the Discord and started tagging everyone, which doesn't work because you need permissions for that. Then started tagging the mods like 20 times. That's an easy call for a ban. That's weird. We don't usually get people doing that. So yeah, thanks for pointing it out. Yeah, we gotta cultivate the community. It's important, otherwise weirdos start creeping in, and once you start allowing that, you know, it's the Nazi bar analogy, right? If you allow one Nazi in because, you know, they're not breaking the rules, and eventually the Nazi will call the Nazi friends, and suddenly you found yourself being the Nazi bar. So you gotta nip that in the bud. And same goes for online communities, of course. Okay, yeah, let's mix this in with the real face. I also feel like I should cut the shape of the head, like make it a little shorter. Kind of like, you know, they've also been losing brain mass. I gotta be a little careful not to let it get too inhuman, because it still has to feel like there's a person behind there. Bean, what you up to? It's still the hour of the animal? Damn, long hour of the animal. What are you looking at? That's a person metamorphosing, as the title says. I got him. No. Chat. How do I stop? How do I stop a cat from trying to bite a rug? I need help. He can't stop. He simply can't stop himself. I need to give you something else to bite, I think. Do you want some paper to bite? Maybe? Some little paper scraps to destroy? Would that be good? Would that be good for you? Maybe I'll give him that. There's probably some paper in the trash that he can break without eating. Oh, here. That is a medication box. Yeah. Paper. You want to tear that? That's for you. Oh yeah, you like that. Go. Destroy it. Oh, he's going to town on it. Okay. Hopefully that'll solve that. Just give him something better. Okay. What was I doing? Yes. The face, I'm gonna push it down. Change the shape of it a little bit. So first thing I'm doing is taking the original right here. I'm gonna cut off a chunk. Let's see how large the chunk needs to be, but that's probably gonna like be around the hair. And then I do a copy of this. I might put it underneath. So, oh, what does that mean? You get tired of your paper already? You didn't tear so much. Only this. Joy. Oh yeah, pop in by the Discord. It's a great little community of just horror artists, people who enjoy horror art, other kinds of artists as well. We got a little corner for the streams, but it's mostly just like its own little community. And everyone's very chill there. Bean! Not the rug again? How do I stop him? How do I stop the guy from eating the rug? Do I put something over it? Yeah, I got some boxes. I'm gonna put a box because it's always the same corner of the rug. So I'm just gonna put a box on top of the area that he bites, and let's see if he stops that obsession. Let's see. The box has been placed. Oh, he's already biting the paper. So I think that might have worked. At least for now. We'll need to find a better solution, but your girlfriend would love the stream. Need to tell her about it. Hell yeah. Spread the word. Spread the psychic damage. I made some cold tea today, and I'm so glad it's so warm. Like, I couldn't survive without my fan right now, which is blowing right next to me. It's a very quiet fan, so you guys don't hear it, hopefully. But yeah, it's been so warm and uncomfortable these days. Actually, one of the main reasons I didn't stream yesterday instead of like start the stream week yesterday instead of today was the temperature. Like it was pretty insufferable, and my partner had taking the fan to sleep with because it was also really hot in the room. So I was like, I'm gonna die if I stream today. So that's why we started today instead of yesterday. Okay, we got a slightly smaller head. I want to do the balding thing. Can you give this bitch alopecia? Also, I think I'm gonna cut the neck down a little bit to match the shape of this. And I don't know, maybe I'll add a bit more neck to match this shape. What are you screaming about, Bean? What is it? I know you want to bite the rug, but you can't. It's forbidden. It's the forbidden rug. Europe is so hot, Liz, and I'm further away from Europe, but it's still pretty warm here. I know from my family in northern Spain that they've been having some really warm days too. Do you guys hear him scream? He's in screamy mode right now. He needs to let it all out. Humidity right now is 93%. Damn. 1 foot tall Flatwoods Monster keychain. What's foot? Like this? It's big. Oh, I just got a well, I will receive it in a while, but I ordered a 3D print of Monira, which is this little creature I drew the other day from the artist Now Shark. It's a 3D printed Monira, which is so cute. So I wanted to have it for the back there, but it's unpainted, so I'm gonna have to paint it too, which will make for a fun little activity. Peak corn sweat season? What's corn sweat? If you're on antidepressants, you're more sensitive to the warmth? Really? I hadn't heard about that side effect. But that sucks, especially right now in the summer. Yeah, how about we keep like this part with the tunicate texture and we sort of like blend it into the skin over here. And once we add a bit more like balding skin here, we can probably add a bit more of these little holes. But let's do the color. We'll see how far along we get into this picture today. Oh, there we go, that helps. We'll see how far along we get. Hopefully we can at least get pretty far into the second image. We'll see. I'm not like in a huge rush to finish this. I'd rather, you know, especially with something like so body horror centric, I'd rather do it well than fast. So if we don't finish it today, I'm not going to be upset. I tell myself. I like to finish things like within a stream. That's like usually my goal, but some things are a bit more complex. Bean, is the hour of the animal still going? I know you want to bite the rug. I can't let you. Who really wants to bite that rug? The Bookable, yeah, it's really fun. It's like all over the place in a good way, in a way that really matches Bill's character too. Okay. And expand this a little bit backwards. Should I fuse the ear into the... No, because then it wouldn't make sense to keep the earring too if the ear was fused. Maybe just a lobe. Corn sweats. Short graphic about corn sweat. Plants naturally give off moisture through their leaves. This transpiration. Winds blowing through fields help transport moisture from corn leaves. Oh. So it's just like in areas with a lot of corn, it just increases the humidity a bunch because of transpiration. Hey, Rounder. Fish with a single earring. Oh, baby, it's not a fish. You'll see what it's going to turn into. It's going to turn into a tuniket. You're aware of tunicates? It's just going to turn into a filter feeder. Sessile filter feeder. That's what this human is slowly metamorphosing into. That's the word, right? That's how you say it. A tunicate. Tunicates. T-U-N-I-C-A-T. How much does being a sponge pay? Probably not much, but I'm sure we could make it work. The grind never ends, after all. Horny cat. Close enough. Sure.
She's serving fish. She is serving charisma, uniqueness, nerf, and talent.
She really is. We love her for it. Trying to get like a stronger color out of this. There we go. Observing Bean, seeing if he does. He manages to undo my trap. If I can end the grind, inject me with the sponge juice. Complimentary sponge juice injections at the end of the stream. Hello, little man. What do you want? You wanna go out? Again? Okay. I'll see if he wants to go out. Maybe that's why he's moving around so much. We'll see. Also, made a mess, but it's okay. It's a permitted mess. I'm sacrificing paper so he doesn't eat important things. Oop. There we go. Okay. I like the face a lot better now. We need to do the hairline, I feel like, and then just finish up the lighting. And I think I'll be happy with this one. So let's see, we're still within the head layers here. I'm gonna search for balding. Let's see what we find in stock pictures. Got some balding guys. But mostly just already bald. Would like sort of receding hairline type deal. Is good, but you know, it's black and white and not very high quality. What if I look for hairline? Don't just give me pictures of hair. Okay, a little bit here. It's a black and white photo, which is a bit annoying because we'll have to color match it. A little bit receding hairline here. We'll see. We'll take what we can get. Whoa, cool haircut. You look kind of awesome. Medieval art type haircut. Let's try receding. No, we're not gonna show this person's ass, don't worry, Bill. If you want to post some cosplay, should it be in the art channel? Of course, cosplay is art. Okay, not a lot of receding hairlines, turns out. Except for this guy who keeps looking at me menacingly. Like, yeah, you wanna use these pictures. You will use these pictures. I won't. Okay, this might be the best one. I don't know if it'll combine well though. First, let's select the face out, which I don't know how good of a job, since it's got a new algorithm for this. It does an okay job. It's a little bit too soft for the hair, but if we add some contrast, some floaty hairs, but that should do, at least for a first approach. But let's see. Gonna remove most of the guy. We only really need the hair. Maybe a little bit of the forehead too. Okay. Let's see if we can do anything with this. We're not gonna need the ear, but I'm putting it in here. Keeping it in here for to match with the other ear and sort of, you know, just see where the hairline would go. And also, yeah, I've made the head a little bit like smaller, so push it lower. Resist his gaze. I can't. He keeps looking at me like that. I'm getting a little scared. You know what you've made his fellow stock people into. Oh no. He's in the stock site for vengeance. He's looking for me. Remove most of the guys, the first thing I hear on stream. Hey, DeSolto, how are you doing? You know it's gonna be a good stream when I'm removing guys. Someone DH'd Nosferatu. Okay, I might keep these little hairs like outside. I'm gonna need to match the background, but it shouldn't be too hard. Let's hope. Okay, now we match this with the forehead, and we're gonna place this below the mouth. There we go. So that way it doesn't like cover the eye in a weird way. The more you scroll the stock photos, the more the person's closer to my house. that would be really good horror. I feel like just for karma's sake, at some point the horrors should target me. Like with the kind of work I do, I am like asking for a haunting at some point. Oh, I hear Bean outside. Let me get him. Well, I think I do. Hey. Yes. Bean. Silly boy. He got spooked from entering because he saw the box I placed on top of the rug. It's right in the right when you enter the room. And he was like, "Oh, there's something different about the room. I don't trust it anymore." And he started running. And I had to go behind him like, "No, it's okay. The room is safe, Bean. Little boy. You don't get it." Just because they're mundane doesn't mean the horrors haven't been targeting you. Ooh. Yeah, I'm like waiting for a haunting, and the horrors I will get are actually like, you know, a visit from the tax man or something. I did give myself a tooth skin disease, that is true. Now let's use a different texture. I'm gonna get another texture from the tunicate. I'm trying to find one that matches the vibe a bit better. Let me get a fresh picture of the tunicate. Actually, this one. No, doesn't work for that. Need one more Tunicate copy. Something flashed on my screen. Photoshop, don't trick me. Do you feel about Winston? I totally love Winston, the very real character. Okay, that kind of works around the eye, actually. Yeah, that's good texture right there. So, Rounder, have you figured out what you're going to do for the next SCP contest? Because we got to win again. I need to keep my track record up. You are my ticket. I'm putting all my hopes, my dreams in your good writing. For those who don't know, every time there's 1,000 SCP entries, they do a contest to decide which is going to be like the next 1,000, right? So they're close to reaching 9,000, so they're doing the contests to, everybody publishes entries, and the one that gets the most votes gets the number 9,000. And so far, I've got my images in number 6,000 and number 8,000. I just missed one there, which is a bummer. But so yeah, we gotta get a new one under my belts, just as a point of pride. Always hope there are you and 6 other guys commissioning me. Yeah, exactly. I'm already doing an image for Plague BJPs, which is the one who won last year. I'm doing an image for their article again. But less likelihood of winning twice in a row. There's probably gonna be like a bias because of their recent win. So we got to counteract that, obviously. That's why we need more people to commission me. I'll do it for cheap even. It's just the point of pride at this point. Good, Rounder. I knew I could count on you. I'm playing every side, exactly. For the 6,000 contest, it was really funny. Hey, who got the Snakes Aren't Real shirt? Also, you are. It's very small. I can't read the message. I'll read it later on the page. But thank you. If you're here on chat, thank you. Let me know who you are. But yeah, I was saying for the 6,000 contest, I got commissioned by 4 different people at the same time to make images for their entries. And so I got one of my images in the first and second place articles. I was playing all sides. The one from last year, the 8,000 contest, was a lot more, I only had one commission for that one. So all my hopes were on them, and they won. I won't say they won because of my cool image, but no, it was a great article. They deserve to win. But Okay, I need to... Where's the balding head? Here. No hidden balding heads, by the way. I got one, so I'm allowed to poke fun. Like, not yet, but I got the genes, and eventually, if I got my full father's gene, I will lose all this hair. If I don't do anything about it. Gonna see if... Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. Gonna see if I can do blend if. Change your jeans. But my jeans are comfy. I think I need to blur this a little bit. Not that much. A little bit of blur. Okay, and I can fix up some of the white around the edges by just painting it a little bit with the colors of the wall. Okay, we got a skin that matches a bit better now. Still looks human. I like the, you know, the earring still visible. I don't know if maybe they should have a little less hair. Still not like fully like the hair still feels like behind the balding bit that we just added. Still feels a bit too perfect. Maybe we should just make it a little messier. What do you guys think? Ugh, again, this guy. Stop looking at me. You're scaring me, man. Messy hair. We got a vulture? Is that a vulture? I mean, I guess it matches the search. It does have very messy hair, but sure, I guess. Okay, what kind of hair should we give this person? Or like, I'm thinking, is there maybe some animal's hair we could use? Oh, here's some messier hair of approximately the same color. Yeah, let's try that one we just got, because it might be enough. Turning people into saltwater invertebrates. Like I said, if it wasn't, I'll tell you. I'll tell you guys. There is specific fetish content that to me is just body horror and it really scares me. A lot of TF stuff does it for me. Like, it's just... It's just so scary to me. It's not designed to be, but it is. To me, it's just body horror. So yeah, good inspo actually. You can sometimes encounter on the internet on getting like very slightly traumatized. Like what? Not like I'm telling you, Bill. You'll know when you're older. Or when you regrettably encounter it on the internet without warning and get seared into your brain. That's how I found most of it. Tooth disease where you grow baleen. I thought about that. Baleen kind of freaks me out a little bit because it feels like hair in your mouth, and there's not a sensation like that I find like tactile, like a worse tactile sensation than hair in your mouth. And whales just have that. I know it's not technically hair, right? It's harder than hair and stuff, but it, I don't know what, it probably feels like it a little bit. I don't know. Whales are body horror. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Whales are just like, hey, let's take like the mammal body plan and turn it into an unrecognizable creature. I really like whales, by the way, as in general, but they give me a bit of a body horror feeling. Am I the only one? They're contorted humans with hairy teeth. Exactly. And you look, and it's kind of like elephants, right? You look at their eyes, and they look like humans, kind of. Like they look too close to human eyes for comfort. And I think that just adds to that body horror sensation to me. Okay, this hair is bothering me. There we go. It's a little bit blurry in a way that I don't love, but I'm thinking that considering the level of quality of the background picture, it's gonna have to be blurred anyway, so probably gonna be fine. Okay. This makes the hair a lot better. I am gonna do something. I think I'm gonna take it, rotate it down a little bit. Now it's not gonna be too visible, but I'm gonna hide the original layer with the hair, this one. Gonna remove it from here and just let that be like the new hairline. That way we can customize where it starts a lot better. Let's mix in a bit more of the original. Trying to find the perfect balance. Okay. Sometimes metal decides to be furry. Did you read the latest XKCD? Zinc Whiskers. Yes! Zinc Whiskers is strange. It feels too hairy. And apparently we don't know how they form. It's sort of a mystery. Zinc Whiskers is such a funny name too. Props to whoever chose it. Okay, we could also, if we want to make the hair a little bit messier, we could have a little bit popping out from the back here. Like that. I like that. Just gives it a little bit more contrast. Makes it feel slightly messier, instead of like perfectly put together. Like I don't feel like this person definitely couldn't like brush their own hair. There would probably be someone brushing their hair from time to time. Still think maybe I should add a bit more, like recede the hairline a bit more, like right around here. Right over the ear. But I don't know if I have enough. I have these little tufts of hair, which could be added like right around the edge, but I don't think they're like enough to add too much texture. So maybe I add them on high pass like this. I don't think that does much actually. Yeah, I guess not high pass. What is a good overlay does a little bit more? I think it might just have to be multiply. That is scary. Analog horror. New analog horror just dropped, folks. Insect's body made out of keratin? No, chitin. Chitin is the insects, keratin is the vertebrates. Chitin is also, I believe, fungi? I might be wrong. Someone correct me. Is that too dark? Cetaceans? Yeah, we got the mermaids, although I guess that's convergent evolution. It's not like a human transforming into one. But there's definitely some kind of horror into transforming into a whale. Just haven't found like the right angle for it. Oh, maybe I include this here. Okay, I got an idea. Let's see if this works. So I put this over the top. right here. It's going to look too dark right now. But we're going to get some of the tunicate textures, if I can find them. These layers are starting to become a mess, but we're continuing. We're not looking back at the messy layers. They will sort themselves out, I bet. Okay, good. Yeah, I can add a bit of the tunicate texture and have these little hairs sort of create the start of a hairline. I just need to find the exact match for it. So I'm painting this the right color. Then find that hair again. Now let's find the best way of putting this. Maybe it's not multiply. Maybe it's luminosity. Yes, could be. So if we match luminosity, but let the hair stay dark, then we sort of blend it in slowly. Just something a little weird to the colors, but I still don't know if luminosity is the right thing. It's the best picture I found for... Hello, Bean. Hold on, let's put on Bean Cam. Here he is. Fungi emitters are made of some chitin. Okay. Never naming layers, gang rise up, exactly. I name some groups and sometimes important layers, but otherwise I kind of just go with the flow. Chitin is a type of glucose. Yes, it is a how do you say it? Polysaccharide, maybe? It's a bunch of glucose like put together in a big molecule. Not too dissimilar from what plants do. Keratin is really interesting because it's not... It's different from what plants and fungi, etc. do. Keratin exists and, evolutionarily existed originally only inside cells. Keratin makes the sort of the scaffolding inside the cells just to keep like their shapes and stuff and to transport things throughout the cell. It's kind of like inside scaffolding. But it also turns out to be like a really good material for, something like skin. So when we evolved to go onto land and we needed some kind of protection for the skin to, protect it from the elements, sort of not leak water out like a fish would do, something to keep the water inside and not outside. It turns out that keratin, which was inside our cells, was the best material to do that. So it evolved this new function. But the way it works, since we can't, a plant, it will like make its cell wall out of like these like glucose chains, right? And chitin, same thing. You put it outside of your cell, but this is a thing that exists inside of the cell, and you can't put it outside. So what we adapted to do is have a layer of dead cells, which essentially like You know, if you look at your skin under a microscope, the base layer, it's just like normal cells, and they slowly, as they grow up, and they keep uh, moving to the upper layers of the skin, they're slowly filling themselves up with a bunch of keratin until they die, and they just become like a, a little packet of keratin. Just such an interesting thing, right? Because ideally, if evolution didn't work like that, and you could just like design a creature that creates keratin for its skin, if you design that from scratch, you would make it so that our cells had the ability of putting keratin outside, of just like transporting it outside it, making a sort of cell wall out of keratin. But we didn't like biology never figured that out, but it already made keratin inside of the cells. So it just said, like, let's make a cell of like a wall of dead cells full of keratin as a protective sheath. And that's our skin. Our skin is just that. And nails and hair, etc., are more specialized structures made of keratin. Like this whole bean right here. Look at all this keratin right there. Hey, Captain, pleasant to look at. Good. That is a tunicate, which is full of little hair. Really interesting little creatures. And it's thematic because we're turning this person into a tunicate, so it is the right texture. Also, I can't get this hair to look good. We'll get there. We'll get there. Keeping my hope. Yes, that was the right call. Overlay plus a base layer of luminosity. I knew I'd find the combination. Right, now we got a much better hairline. Now this works a little better. Thanks, Soup. We got this. Hex, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay, our lady here, our tunicate evolving lady is looking pretty good. I'm much happier with the shape now. Now I just need to do the lighting, like the more general lighting. I already started with it a little bit, with this and this. So it originally looked like this, right? But we turned that into this. And that is because the lights, as you can see here, the light in the scene is coming directly from above. So we need to redo some of the lighting to match that better. Aspen, thank you for the follow. It's worse when I zoom out, and it will be even worse when we do the next stage of this transformation. Hope you're excited. So yeah, the light is like slightly behind her, just hitting her from here. So we'd have sort of a bit of like rim lights coming from the outside, maybe hitting like this side of the face, so it would like wrap around a little bit, not too much. And this would be in the shadow because there's a bit of like a drop off there. There's some hair here covering, so that would probably create a bit of shadow. Just John and good God. That is what we want to inspire. Okay, this part of the neck, I don't love it, so I'm gonna go to the face. Gonna put a soft light layer inside here. And that's exactly what I wanted. Bit of shadow sort of fuse it together a bit better with the color. The first thought was to put your hand in her mouth. She be careful. She might filter feed you. Also, I was thinking about it. Looking at this the other day, I was like, I actually don't have that much like female representation in body horror. I guess most of it isn't like you don't get to see that much of the body because it's more of like close-ups and stuff. So it's often like neutral. So I don't know. I guess we got hate mold. Hate mold is it's definitely more feminine, but if you look at the medical horror collection, this guy's more masculine. A lot of them we can't really see. We got pregnancy worm, although it's never like we never show the person. This one a bit more feminine. I got this lady. To be honest, it's not that bad. This is pretty neutral. It's not that bad actually. Yeah. It's pretty okay. Pretty balanced. Lamprey teeth. No, she's not gonna chew anything. She doesn't need teeth. She's gonna turn into this, by the way. It's gonna turn into a tunicate. So she's probably gonna get at some point some sort of like bristle thing to filter things out of the air or water wherever she lives. Technically, it would be the water, right? Because there's like invoking ancient genes from the very first corded ancestor. So it would be adaptations from way before we went into land. So it would be all adapted to like filter stuff out of the water. But then again, she got lungs. So I don't know if she would be able to live in the water. It is sort of the ultimate curse. You're turning into something that just filter feeds out of water, but you also can't live in the water. So you're like doomed from the start. Okay. The lighting. Yes, the ass would be lit. It's not being covered by anything. This part of the back as well. Be a little bit more light here, but not much. And everything that's sort of facing us more directly goes in the shadows. And this arm is becoming a little bit unrecognizable. We also need to do the shadow on the bed itself, but we'll keep that for the end. Gotta pay someone to waterboard you forever. You ordered the X-Files UFO poster. Do you know there was drama about that, Bill? So you're a new X-Files watcher. You might enjoy that. The original UFO in the first seasons, in the classic "I Want to Believe" poster, they actually used that without permission from I think it was a German or Swiss guy, I think. who took a bunch of UFO pictures and kind of and actually used like actual saucers to make them. And he's kind of a fascinating figure. He he made some of the most classic like UFO pictures that informed the look that we have for UFOs in like the Western world. Not in Japan, they have kind of a different look for UFOs based on different sightings. But yeah, the X-Files used one of these guys' pictures in the poster, in the I Want to Believe poster, which was just in the background of, they never like refer to it, right? It's just like always in the background of Mulder's office. And they got sued by that guy, so that's my picture of a UFO. That is definitely real. And they had to change the UFO. I think they, did their own to not get into trouble. But if you watch the X Files, I don't know which season. At some point they change it. I'm not saying anything. So which one did you get, Bill? The original or the updated? Like, is it? Hold on. I should get that poster too. It's such a classic. The original is... It's this picture. There's a million versions of it. Yeah, that's the original. And that's like the UFO that gave this like saucer shape, like put it into the collective imagination. And this is, I think, the one they changed it for. If I'm getting it in the right order, I think so. Yeah, I don't remember the name of the guy who took this picture. Someone in chat knows, let me know. I can see more of his stuff. That show has been really interesting. Are you watching it too, Fish? Are we all watching X-Files together? I'm at season 4 right now. Okay, one of the things that happens when you do like soft lights or overlay layers is it changes the colors quite a bit. So you can see the blue got a lot darker, the skin got a lot darker as well, and like kind of more orange. So we're gonna like manually edit it to match later. Hopefully shouldn't be too much trouble. Same with the blues here, because they need to be, a little bit less saturated blues. I guess I should say more than darker, it's like more saturated. Because the intention is to make it darker. But also like, the saturation also increases at the same time. Especially if you're doing it like pretty dramatically, like I am. Also the hands should pretty much be in the darkness. There's going to be shadow right underneath, so hopefully that'll look okay once the shadow is applied. And I guess let's do the manual color thing. We'll put it under the photo filter because that affects the colors. I'm going to remove the photo filter for a sec, because that'll help us match the color better. The skin is pretty pale, a little bit greenish. That's on purpose, right? Like, this person has to look pretty sickly, I guess. Maybe I'll just add it directly to the hand layers. What is the hand layer? Arms. And we need to desaturate that fairly heavily to counteract the saturation until it more or less matches that. I might change the hue slightly, just a little bit yellower. And it's a little bit of a better match. Maybe I should increase the lighting slightly just to get the right balance there. There's a spin-off series for X-Files? I had no clue. Send a photo poster. The upper writing room. Nice. Yeah, it's a really fun idea to. Yeah, that seems like the original, or is it? No, it's actually the newer one, I think, or some really close version to it. Yeah, I think for like merch and stuff, they also got the. That's why, like when I looked for it, it's, it's mostly telling me like versions I can buy. I think that might be the one you got, because it is, and you can't really find this one easily because it is. People don't want to get sued, so that's why there's like a million versions of it. So it's probably hard to actually find a copy of the exact original design. Remind me of a couple pictures I have. Let me see. Hospital bed? Are you okay? Honestly, something I really appreciate is people trusting me enough to send me like actual medical pictures that they got of themselves. Which is like I appreciate the trust, and I think they've been really useful sometimes. Like the organoid that we did the other day, if you remember, it is an actual organ, or not an organ, like a benign tumor that's an acquaintance got removed. This right here is it's a uterine myoma. I don't know the exact pronunciation in English, but yeah, really big uterus, like benign growth that they removed from them, and they got pictures of the surgery. And like, yeah, you can use these. They were, by the way, I've shared all the fan art and stuff, and they were delighted to see all of it. Sounds good, Maxwell. Have a good lurk and sleep tight once you do. Delighted to share our bones and organs with you. And it's honestly really useful because specifically these sort of like medical images, x-rays, that sort of stuff, really hard to find. And obviously there's like there's an ethical thing, right? Like I don't want to use, generally don't want to use like pictures of people getting actually hurt or stuff like that, because I feel like using that without consent for horror is not it. So whenever you guys share it with me and with the consent to use it in this sort of thing, it's, it's really cool for me. It's really good material. So you guys ever get like a bad wound, your bones broke in a cool way and you got an x-ray, that sort of thing. Your teeth fell off. I don't know. Send it to me. Send it my way if you would like to maybe see it used in a horror thing down the line, because I keep them. I keep them in a folder, and eventually I found a use for them. So it's a good way of making something useful of of a bad situation. Send me your flesh, exactly. Thou shalt become the flesh lord. Looking up uterine myoma, and it looked like that meme. The horn gust of a donkfish. I love that. I love fake Wikipedia pages where it's just like made up language. You don't have the photos anymore? Oh, that's too bad. What's going on here? Oh, I think it's just like the edge of the layer that I forgot to sort of continue. But that's okay. That should be a pretty easy fix. If I find some good texture to do it. Okay, I feel like the light I added is a bit too soft. It's generally a problem of adding lights manually. Is that it looks like a Marvel poster, you know? Those posters where they've like taken pictures of different actors and like completely different lightings and they've put like a fake rim lights behind all of them. No hate on poster makers. They're probably not paid enough to give a shit, but the a lot of bad movie posters have that energy where it's just like, you know, rim lights everywhere. I don't know, maybe it's some like weird trend in the world of poster makers. I don't know how it works, but I personally don't really like that look. Hey, those with a passion, you know? Okay, so you see what I mean, right? Like posters with way too many rim lights. I say Marvel posters because I feel like I've seen a lot of them out of specifically Marvel or superhero movies do that. But it's not exclusive to them. It's a trend in the sort of posters that you see that consist of just like a bunch of face shots of all the actors. Which is like a whole type of poster. What is this? Some kind of leftover layer. There we go. You're kitting out your room with cryptids? That sounds fun. Good choices. You should get a Valdivia prince with them. Actually should have some of the cryptid ones in as prints. But if you, and I mean any of you, want like a specific piece as a print and you don't see it in my print place, just ask me. I can make it available. Let me see. Do I have a prints thing? Yeah, there it is. It's a link to the print shop. It's all on demand, so it's very like easy to add new designs. One day, if I got enough time and there's enough demand, I might, instead of doing like on-demand prints, I might do like a limited print of like really big, or limited like collection of really big prints that are all signed and numbered. Might be for someday, but we shall see. Which places showed alternate posters more often? Yeah, those are usually the cooler ones. Like, that's where they let the artists like do something cool instead of just making a big photo with all the actors. You know, what's the movie? There's a specific movie that I love the posters for because they look like medical illustrations. I think it was Killing of a Sacred Deer. Posters. Yes, okay, they were not the main posters, but they were sort of like alternate posters. As usual, like, if you look for the main poster, it's just like, oh, here's the actors. But these are the ones I was looking for. These are so cool. They look like medical illustrations. They're so detailed. And like correct too. Like this person clearly studied the anatomy. At least like the, you know, the idealized anatomy book. Anatomy. There's one with a heart. You know, they probably got like a real medical illustrator, I would bet. I wonder... Can I see all of them? Oh, this one's pretty cool too. Yeah, I think there might have... I think there probably was another one, but it's not on this page. Oh yeah, there it is. This one... Ah, see? There were 4 of them even. I don't think I had seen this one. Yeah, the foot and the skull with like a little tear of blood there. They're very good. And yet they were not the posters used to advertise the movie. What should you get first, a jackalope head wall mount or an alien head bust? Oh, those both sound really cool. The Thing poster, it's really cool. Apparently, the artist who made them was like not even shown the picture, the movie. He was just asked like, hey, can you make a poster real quick for this movie? We need it by like next week or something like that. And he just like did something based on vibes, and it turns out to be one of the best posters because he was like pressured to make something marketable with the actors and stuff. It was like, hey, it's a weird horror in the Arctic, and he was like, yeah, bet. I'm gonna make something. I'm gonna make something awesome. I forget the name of the poster artist. He's like really well known. Made all the like Indiana Jones posters and stuff. I shouldn't know his name, but I'm blanking on it now. If somebody knows in chat, let me know. He really locked in. It's like the... I love this sort of stories, like the song for... God. The mech anime. I'm blanking on the names today. What's the name? Cruel's Angel Thesis was made like one of the most well-known anime songs ever. It was apparently made like in 15 minutes in a lunch break by the composer, who was just like, "Hey, we need something for this anime real quick," and apparently she watched like a little chunk of it and like 2 times speed, and then just like made one of the most iconic songs of any anime like in her lunch break. Something like it was something ridiculous like that. Evangelion. Oh my god. That was frustrating me. Okay, I need to cut up this edge, because despite all my attempts, it is still showing up with a white edge, and that is very annoying. Because like I hit it pretty well at first, but when I add all the filters on top, it just sort of breaks. Clover Math, thank you for the follow. Drew Struzen, thank you. Really like, you know, made some of the most iconic Hollywood posters of the time. Yeah, like all the Indiana Jones, like that time when, you know, posters, even those who showed just like the faces of the actors and stuff, were made by hands and just like a beautiful illustration that was like, you know, it still showed the actors and their likenesses really well, but it was still stylized. It still showed a little bit of like character and stuff. As much I love Photoshop, you guys know that. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. But movie posters, I feel like when you just do a Photoshop of the actors' faces, they lack so much style. And you can actually do some really, really cool posters with Photoshop that are stylized and interesting and different, but I guess it's just like everything in Hollywood, right? It's you got to use the safe option that appeals to a focus group or something. And it's just, you know, it just becomes sanitized. Oh, good night, Kempt. Sleep tight. Don't turn into a tourniquet. Bean stretch. Just for you. For me, the sad thing about The Thing 2011 is that when you look at the behind the scenes, you can see they made some incredible puppets, incredible practical effects for that movie, and then they kind of cowered and didn't use most of them. They covered most of them with like full digital replacements, which is just, it kind of just feels like you've wasted your entire practical effects and all the effort that took. Sure, practical effects can sometimes look like a little fake or a little rubbery, but the movement is always so much like it's just so good for horror because it's a more natural movement, and when you substitute that with like complete digital replacements, you lose a lot of the charm. And yeah, that's what makes me sad about The Thing 2011 is that we could have had a very different movie with like really cool effects, and it was, you know, it was not bad, but it is a lot more mid basically, because and it could have been great. And that's what kills me about it. Yeah, I recommend if you got some time and you like the thing. There's if you look for behind this the thing 2011 behind the scenes, there are a bunch of videos that the company who did all these practical effects just posted a bunch of them, and there are just some of the best puppets and just practical effects I've seen, and you don't really get to see them in the movie. It just feels like sort of a waste of all these artists' time, honestly. Let me see if I can find one of these real quick, just to show y'all. Thing 2011 special effects. I think it's this one, the Thing house tests. Yes. Okay. Let's check this out. Browser. Yeah, this is the people who did the. There are some videos I like talk about it, but I just wanted to show you the. Oh, this is music in the background. Hold on, we'll put on our music so we don't get copyrighted. The nice Minecraft music. Uh, here's a puppet. Like, I want to see the face one. Oh, this one, that one's cool. It's just like these guys testing out their really cool puppets. Oh, this like upside down guy is really unsettling. It's really good. Look at that. Look at that sculpt. It's it's so good. I don't know if they show it painted. I think these are the movement chests. Who disliked it? Look at that. God, oh, this is one I wanted to see. The split faces. Look at this shit. It's incredible. And you see all this artistry, and the fact that they didn't use most of it is just, that's what infuriates me about this movie. The split face one, like the double face one, is so good. Look at this shit. with the face like split into a bunch of parts. And all these are like still while it's being made, right? Like we're seeing some unfinished effects, pre-painting and stuff. Look at that. They made so many of them too. Like each of these is like a robot and a fully sculpted suit, and all the controls for it. Like these are like individual, like really complex pieces of art. And like, no hate on special effects. I think the ideal and usually most realistic combination on the most like realistic combination you can do is a really good practical effect and hiding the seams with special effects, with like, you know, computer special effects. But once you cover it entirely and like redo it from scratch, it feels like why even do it in the first place, I guess. Like we haven't seen a single effect repeat. And this one's already painted and stuff. Like this one's like seems pretty close to being ready to go. Yeah, effects people messing around is always the best. If you they only look rubber if you haven't covered them in enough goo. The goo is so important. Oh, here's the splitting face one we saw earlier. Now more complete. I don't know what this one is supposed to be. Don't know what this one. Oh, it's a flamethrower effect. Yeah, that seems like on the shoot. Whoa. They burned their poor creature. Yeah, that's from the Thing 2011. We're looking at all the effects that didn't get used in the movie. Like that is the sad thing about all of this. I think this was my favorite. Just like the way it moves is so unsettling and so like perfect for the thing. And I don't know if you've seen this one painted, but I don't know. So good. There's more behind the scenes. I think there's like the most complete one, but I think there's more of some of the other effects they did. But right, it's so good. And if this was done like, you know, like 10 years before or something like that, they wouldn't have dared covered these effects in like full digital replicas. But I don't know, it was like, oh, it's 2011, like we got good digital effects now. We should cover everything in them. Let's cover all these people's hard work. And it could have complemented it so well, right? Because you got, you know, like you take, I don't know, this effect where you can, you know, the legs of this person are still behind. You can remove those and sort of like finish the effects in like all the seams you can't hide, or you know, this thing opens up, you put like a green plate behind that, and you finish it up with like digital effects. But they're inside, you know, they're kind of more in the shadows. You let the practical effect shine and sort of, you know, just help finish it up with digital. But yeah, I don't know. That was supposed to be the alien captain that was scrapped from the movie. Oh, wait, you posted it? Let me see. Oh. Oh, that's that the one they burned? Yeah. I see. That was, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, that was a cool design. I kind of get not showing that, because at the end of the day, you want to keep a little bit of the mystery of the thing, but they did design a really cool alien. Okay, let's figure out the shadows. That'd be a little hard, but also, I'm gonna change the levels here a little bit, because we've gone pretty dark on our subjects. So I feel like we should also do that to the background. Try to match them a bit better. So what do we have here? Some tunicates we didn't use. Oh, the other room, we didn't use that. Tunicates, I think these are only for reference, or are these... Yeah, I think these were just copied off the internet for reference. Not usable pictures. Okay, so since the light is coming from behind her, the shadow, let me sketch it out first. Should probably get some shadow going this way, another one going that way. Sort of combining here. And then a bit more shadow, like going this way. I guess that might work. Hornet, come back. I'll play. We'll play Silk Song when it's out. I think that's gonna be a stream game. Although I don't know. Like maybe I would play it by myself first. I don't know yet. We'll see. But we played Hollow Knight here, so maybe. Okay, let's see if we can do that shadow right. Because it seems like a fairly strong shadow at first that then just becomes diffused really quickly. That's kind of a tough one to do. I guess to like wrap my head around. Yeah, it should probably not be like a huge section that gets covered. And like towards the end, it should be pretty blurry. And the section in shadow should probably look like this shadow. You know, it should be similar. That's what we're trying to aim for. Just have to make sure to stay ahead of you. I'm gonna race to the end of the game. You'll never catch me. Okay, so some really strong contact shadow right under the hand. Should I maybe... add some like wrinkles right under the hand? Maybe it wouldn't really matter because of the shadows, but... maybe I can paint a little bit of wrinkling. Because at this sort of resolution, it'll probably look good. Because it's gonna get a little bit crushed, a little bit blurred. I like how the fingers here ended up. They kind of just feel like they're melting a little bit. So I think it was good to pick up this like twisted arm. I think it was someone doing yoga. But the Book of Bill, the puppet being hunted, and the gold, and the guy holding the giant fry, only in special editions. Oh, it might only be. I don't know the differences between the gold edition and the red one. If your cover is red, it's a different edition from mine. The gold one has a few more pages, so it might be one of the extra pages. I'm not sure. Because I'll have like the red one to compare. Jojo, thank you for the follow. Do you know that Dolly Parton is not one individual woman, but a species? The rest of them are asleep deep underground in their hive. Let's wake them up. The world needs them. Hi, Jojo. Welcome. Hope you like people turning into tunicates, because that's what we're doing. Okay, it's a bit of a tough shadow, considering this like weird sort of lighting, but hopefully we'll get the correct vibe for it. It's gonna be a bit of a trial and error matter, but we will get there. Especially like around this area, because it's all like rumpled. Working 9 to hive, what a way to be swarming. SCP-925. trying to just vibe out this shadow. I think it should be a little bit more to the right, but can I take this direction? Maybe I'll let the shadow be slightly incorrect, but feel more correct. Sometimes you gotta do this. It's funny how, you know, if you inspect actual photos and someone tells you like, yeah, there's a Photoshop, you will start finding things that feel wrong, but just every photo has something, most photos have something that might feel a little wrong, like, where is this shadow coming from, sort of deals. But you don't really like question it because it's a photo, right? But if you're given like a reason to question it, you start finding like actual things that feel wrong. Same thing with Photoshop. Sometimes I have to quote unquote fix things that were in the original photo and just looked a little weird because I know people are gonna think it's like an issue with Photoshop and or like an issue with like my work, but it isn't. Also, Dean is switching places. There he is. One concept I've wanted to do for a while is a monster or a creature or something that in photos just looks obviously photoshopped. Like it just looks wrong. The lighting is always like the opposite of what it should be. It's like actually taking a normal photo and editing maybe like someone in that photo to just feel photoshopped. And that's like the only way you can detect them. It's something I'll do eventually. Hey, maybe you could go in that in a collection with the ghost that only appears in the blue part of the spectrum, or the ghost that only appears in reflections. Like that could be a nice part of that collection of funny ghosts. Okay, we got a bunch of pictures here we didn't use, mostly like arms and stuff. Gotta delete those. What do we have here? Oh, my sketch. My beautiful sketch. Look at that. She looks even worse than the sketch. Oh, poor lady. What have we done to her? It's, oh, this one we used for the arm. Sure. Okay. Let's put all this together and just figure out like the final look at the image. Then we'll do the signature, etc. And yeah, we'll have time to start the next one. But first, can you zoom in? Thank you, Photoshop. I want to blur everything until we start losing some detail in this part of the picture, because we need it to be that blurry. About 2.53. That seems like a lot, but let's go 2.5. And then we re-add a sharpen at around 2.5, maybe a little higher. And finally, we go into the camera raw menu. And this is where we figure out the colors and stuff. Because right now it's sort of grayish green. That doesn't look very good. But yeah, let's also add our customary grain. Very important. And honestly, I like the high contrast look for this. Because it, you know, hiding a little bit in the shadows just makes the shape a little like harder to read and strange, right? Like, I don't know how strong, but definitely higher contrast. What do you guys think? We do lose a lot of detail around the hair here, so we might want to bring that back slightly after, but... Now let's see, in terms of color, we can change the tint to reduce some of that green vibe. I want the picture to look a little grimy, which is something I did. The blanket quilt for the signature, it's a good call. Yeah, like right around the lit area, perhaps. The green added some grimy, like, atmosphere to everything. So I don't know if I want to remove that much of the green. Maybe like blue green. It's pretty good. It's a little bit, you know, with reducing the vibrance. It gets a little gray, but we can go into the color grading and add some of our own color. That was the last of my cold tea, by the way. I'm gonna be sad. I made some more, but it's gonna be ready tomorrow because I like brew it overnight. This concept was stretched out to another stream. Yes, probably. Wow. The water. The big bottle. Gotta stay cool. This. Let's see. Colors. We went sort of blue-green. So we can sort of exaggerate that in the color grading or find something that goes well with blues and greens, which might be a bit of yellow. Also, the thing is, if I increase the saturation, or even like keep it normal, there are a lot of weird artifacts around in the background, probably because I messed with the levels a bit too much, so it just, like, you know, revealed some JPEG mistakes or something. Parasitic crab with giant lice that infects the inside of someone's hats. It's like it died off in the 1950s or whenever people stopped wearing hats. There's a specific time It's like a phenomenon when everybody like just stopped wearing hats one day. And it never came back into fashion. That is an unexplained phenomenon right there. Maybe it is because of the giant's hat lice. Who knows? This is very high contrast, but I sort of dig it. It kind of feels like maybe it's nighttime and there's like a small lights above the patient's bed. And it's just like waking up wailing. I need a supernatural force that makes people not wear hats. It's very important. It's good lore. They're only safe with tinfoil hats. Exactly. Now you're cooking. What's a drop bear? What is the concept of a drop bear? Like, I've heard that, but I don't know what this concept represents. Is it a bear that drops on you? Is that it? That just fall from trees on top of you? It's a koala? Koalas aren't bears, though. See, that's why I was confused. They're marsupials, aren't they? They're definitely not bears, but I don't know where they land on the tree of mammals. They're called bears? Oh, I don't think I've heard them, like, be called bears. Everything in Australia is marsupial. Yes, that is a fair assessment. If you live there too long, you become a marsupial. I guess, except for dingoes, which it's just like a really interesting evolutionary thing, because they were descended from domesticated dogs, but from some of the earliest domesticated dogs. Like the very first people who reached Australia came with some dogs and they went feral. And that's like the origin story for dingoes. And that group of people, I think that like initial group of people who reached Australia either died out or left. Like they didn't like stay permanently in Australia, right? But they brought some dogs and those became feral. So it's kind of interesting because it is an invasive species brought in by humans, but it's like humans from so long ago that it's like, is it really that like invasive? They deserve to be there? I guess so. Australia isn't real? Now that's a theory. That's a theory I like to hear more about. Brave new conspiracy theory. Okay, I feel like the butt is a little bit too lit. It's true that it plays a major role in this transformation. We're just not like directly showing the butts because I don't want to. but it does play a major role in this metamorphosis. Because this person will eventually just become a mouth and a butt connected to each other by a really simple digestive system that just filters things. Okay, I'm bringing a little light on the hair. Let's see how that changes things. Okay, I like this better. I feel like this shoulder here shouldn't be as lit, because honestly the head is like standing in front of probably most of the light that this shoulder should be getting. So that's why it wasn't feeling right. This part does feel pretty much right. But yeah, this shoulder is feeling too bright. Let's fix that up. Common part of flat earth theory that Australia doesn't exist? I hadn't heard that one. That's flat earth has so many wacky variants that I'm not surprised. New Zealand is one of those fake islands a cartographer added to tell us someone would stole their map design. Damn, I'll have to tell this to my friend from New Zealand. He'll be so bummed about that. Okay, let's do another like little shadow here, just from the projected shadow from the head into her own shoulder. Getting a bit of weird color, so we need to manually fix that. Being careful with the hair, so you don't make blue hair. Or pronouns, careful. What's the most interesting conspiracy theory from a lore, like from a world building perspective? What do you guys think? I really like the tree stumps, or like giant mountains are actually like ancient tree stumps. Does it make any sense in the real world? Absolutely not. It's one of the most batshit theories I've heard, but world building, pretty good. Ancient giant trees that have been cut down. It's such a good world building thing that I straight up stole that for Dreadfarer. If you go to Dreadfarer, if you play Dreadfarer, you should pre-order it. You still got a little bit of time. The order's been put in, but we might be able to like add units to the order. So, well, it's still being printed. So go pre-order it. The link is right there in the chat. If you go to in Dreadfarer to the area of the Sangol, you will see a giant stump of a tree that just stands in the middle of this enormous forest. And it looks like a mesa, but it's an ancient tree, and somebody cut it down and burnt it. Who did it? Why? It's for you to find out. But yeah, made for some really fun lore and world building. So thank you, conspiracy theorists, for that one. The conspiracy theory where outside of flat Earth, there's a bunch of variations on Earth with their own ice ball. That is not a theory, that is a world building project. Some people have interpreted as like an actual theory. No, it's a world building project. It's been going on for years called Beyond the Ice Wall, and it's based on flat Earth theory, on the flat Earth conspiracy theory, but not in a serious way. It's people making their own like continents and adding on to this like giant world building collaborative thing. It sounds fun. Like I haven't like really delved super deep into it. We had a person in the Discord some time back who had participated in that project who told us a little bit about it and how like annoying it was that, people peddle that as if it was part of the theory and not like a creative writing exercise. But yeah, if you look up, I think it's Beyond the Ice Wall. I think that's the official name. If you look up Beyond the Ice Wall, you should be able to find it. I think they got like a subreddit or some kind of forum where they organize it. People will do like these enormous maps. It is pretty dope. I love collaborative writing exercises and this sort of thing. Hello, Bean. Ooh, is it the hour of the cuddles, or are you going down? Choose. He's choosing in his head. What hour is it? Is it the hour of the cuddles? Perhaps? It's still, no, it's still the sleepy time. It is still the sleepy time. He's showing his full ass to chat. Bean, that's rude. Bean stretch. Hey, Care. It's rude to show your entire ass to chat. I mean, they gotta ask first. Can't just do that. You good, Bean? Just gonna sit there? He's choosing. He's like making up his mind. Like, we're gonna lie down here. Whoop. Yep. He made up his mind. Oh, he pressed a key. I guess I did when he pushed me. But he's chilling there. Okay, let's figure out a signature. So let's go to the background here. And I like the idea of the quilts. We could do... We could do like pixelated a little bit, where it's just... does something like this. Trying to follow approximately the shapes, just to figure out if it'll work. So it would be all about basically creating a diagonal line in the quilting that does this, another one that does that, and then finally, sort of exaggerating the lines we already got to create the transversal line, and that would be a signature. That would be a pretty fun way to put it, right? Favorite conspiracy theory is that oil is sentient? Oil is sentient? I never heard that one. That's really fun. Atmospheric ecosystem. Sentient oil sounds really fun. Something I could work with, actually. Okay, I'm trying to think. If I take one of these lines, would it work? Okay, so take it and do something like this. I don't know if it'll work super well, but can try it in some variations until we find the right combination. Bean is really interested. This is looking up at the screen. Okay, what if I put this on high pass? It's not too bad, maybe a little strong. But yeah, something like that could work. A little bit of color management on top. Put this on hard light as well. Together we should have something that approximately works. Whoa, where you going, Bean? Hello? Sentient oil theory is basically that oil is a hive mind of all the minds that the creature is made up of. Essentially giving it what it wants, being access to the surface, an influence over humanity. The movie The Stuff, pretty much, yeah. That's fun, I like it. Hello, Bean. Oh, it might be the hour of the cuddle. Oh, yeah, I think it is. Folks, I think it is the time of Bean. Hello, little man. Aren't you beautiful? Mm. He loves his chin kisses. He's squishy, yes. Hey, man. You wanna hop on? You wanna hop on for a bit? Oh, he's saying hi to chat. You wanna hop on? Come on. Are you too sleepy still? Come on. No. He's thinking about it. I'll give you some time. Look, I'll do kiss sounds and he'll give me a headbutt. Oh, no, he's headbutting the mic. Oh, there he is. There he is. Oh. Hey, Cinderay. Welcome. Jump on. Come on. No? You can do it. You're not sleepy anymore. You can do it. Hell yeah. There he goes. Okay, so we got the shape of the like line that goes in between there. What I think I'm gonna do is take, for example, this line, and I'm gonna copy it over into a new layer. That, and then, oh shit. I should have been without this. Silly me. There we go. Okay. So now I can rotate this. Maybe flip it first. And with a little bit of adjusting, maybe this way actually. With a little bit of adjusting, I might be able to match it. So it still feels like quilted. That should be about right. It actually looks better without the lines I did at first. I might just scrap those. If it makes my life easier. So we match that up here too. Okay, it's a little subtle right now, but now we can essentially just like subtly exaggerate it until we get like a really clear signature. Hey DJ. The oil oceans of life theory. Because oil deposits are larger than some countries. So for complex life has evolved to adapt and thrive within the oil. That is fun. That's another fun prompt. I should note these down. Sentient oil. And life forms adapted to the oil. Honestly, I could see that of like extremophile bacteria. But it would be cool to see like complex life forms just like thriving in the oil. It's like digesting and metabolizing it. There actually is already extremophile bacteria that lives in oil. I'm not surprised at all, honestly. They find the most like weirdest place to live. I mean, since I found out that there's bacteria that live off like nuclear contamination and like literally like thrive off of radiation. I'm not surprised by anything. Hello, Bean. You're gonna make exactly just enzymes that break down the oil to something useful. It's getting there. It's gotta be a little subtle. Maybe I'll like make the quilt around it a little bit. Like push it down a little bit just by adding some shadows. Ferrophagy? Eating iron? They're just like bacteria that metabolize iron somehow. Metabolize iron into iron oxide. Oh wow. That is wild. Atmospheric ecosystem theory is that there's an undocumented ecosystem in our skies. Venetive jellyfish, siphonophores, filter feeding off of aerial microbes. That is also like another like speculative biology thing, to be honest. Okay, it's a little bit exaggerated, but it's the only way that it reads. I'm gonna have to fix up the colors though, because it's made it too blue. That's a bit better. So I guess while I'm at it, this color layer could probably help us with the shadow here. Because it needs to be like a warmer tone. Could do a lot with kites. That is fun. Yeah, we should all go sky fishing. Put a fishing rod. You attach a balloon. Put some bait there and try to catch yourself some sky jellyfish. You might need a long line, but sounds like a chill time. You put a little pier on top of a tall building. What do you think, Bean? Bean likes it. The great hunter Bean, who killed a cockroach the other day. Well, he didn't fully kill it, but we'll give him like 70% credits. Because he took down the cockroach and he left it like flailing like this. He didn't like finish it off, but he let me finish it off. And I couldn't have caught it without him, so. Bean, you are a great hunter. He's learned so much. Here, have a treat. Not a crunchy one this time. There you go. Little hunter. Yeah, it was like a few streams ago. Was it last week? Where he suddenly like, he's going crazy. And I thought he was like chasing one of his toys. And then I look at him and he's like pawing at a cockroach who's just like sitting like lying on its back. I was like, oh, he protected me. Thank you, Bean. Everyone say thank you, Bean, for his great labor, great work. That's why he doesn't need to pay rent. Isn't that right, Bean? You help out. What do we think of this? Is it enough body horror? Is it creepy enough? And B, is it still human enough? It has to be like a mix in between, right? Where you still recognize the shape as human, but it's clearly changing in some bad and painful looking way. Does it feel like that? And also, if you got any other thoughts, let me know. It's a pretty like complex edit with a lot of moving parts, so there's more than can go wrong. Isn't that right, Bean? Bean, do you like it? Check it out. Give me a kiss if you like it. Yeah, I do like the creature living in the oil thing. I think that might make for a fun edit. Like sentient oil is more for just like interesting story. But I don't think it has like as much edit potential, but creatures living in oil reserve. Living. Maybe for a future like speculative biology concepts. Made a note of it. Thank you for the inspiration, Spill. Yeah, more important than my arts is Bean's art. I think this might be my favorite piece of him so far. It's just like so dense and I can see like so many things. Bean, you are so talented. And we're all so proud of you. Yes, you are. Look at that. You made that. Yes. You made that with this. See this? That's the tool you used to make that. But you know, don't you? Like a guy dunking a basketball. I can see that. For me, I saw a guy falling off a horse that's running really fast. Or someone suggested, I don't recall who it was, like a surfer on a big wave. But yeah, clearly to me, this shape in the middle is a person doing a big pose. Like one leg, two legs, one arm, two arms, and a head. The shape in the back is a bit more contentious. Like I can see like a horse running like down the slope. Yeah, the big wave makes sense if there's like a surfboard. I don't know. I can see the basketball like, yeah, this being the pole and the board, I guess. And he's like mid dunk. You're so talented. We love you. He's gonna be a great artist someday. Well, he is already, but he's gonna be recognized. He's gonna sell at galleries. Isn't that right, Bean? The abstract artist of our time. He's sitting literally right here. He is the voice of a generation. Yes, you are. You should, Bill. Sounds like a great idea. Okay, so we got this now. Now, we'll plan out image number 2. What we've done here is image number 1. Honestly, pretty spot on to the little sketch I drew. Now the next steps in the evolution of this person into a sessile water siphon is their arms and legs sort of fusing into a little trunk, and you know they've entirely lost their eyes and you know most of their face. They've just become like a mouth and a butt. So I think that's the next part we should do. Instead of, and I think this is just going to be 2 images, right? But the final image is not as interesting because it's just going to look more like, you know, a regular animal, a regular tunicate. So I think like the moment right before then is more interesting to represent. That said, we sort of need an environment for it. Because we got this first part, right? Like, what do we put underneath? What's the next step for this person? Thanks, Bill. Let's at least come up with what we'll do, because we'll have to finish it next stream anyway. It would be good to like have it laid out. And like this first one is in a hospital bed, so maybe we can continue with that theme where they're like in the, how do you say it? Intensive care, ICU? Flooded basement. I mean, it would make sense if it was like in a soda puddle too, because it's becoming aquatic. Escaping the hospital, although backwards baby lives. Hospital bathtub. I do like the continuing the medical theme. It would be weird if we had like a progression of this person's being just landed on the mouse. Didn't break anything though. Yeah, if we have like a progression of this and their state is only getting worse, it would be a little weird to start at the hospital and then like do the other picture in a random place. They should be, because I think it should be pretty clear that to survive even to this point, oh, that's what Bean did, drew this. To survive to this point even, like somebody would need to take care of her pretty heavily. So yeah, let's see. Let me try, well, first of all, we're gonna save this. And we're gonna delete everything except for this top layer. And all the references for like the tunicates and stuff. To create a new base image, and it's just gonna be human larvae too. Although I guess it's not a larvae at this point, would be the human adult imago. Imago is for insects. I don't know what it would be like for this. Okay, let's try ICU. Let's see if we find... Maybe like an operating room or something might work. A lab? Lab might work too, yeah. The hospital would need to, yeah, essentially just like run water through her digestive system constantly. Maybe operating room. What is this beast? It's an owl? Oh, oh, beautiful thing. Kept in water at all times. Sterile shower system fed with saline. Could be. Like, I'm still not 100% on like how they keep her alive. If she would become aquatic or if she would still have lungs. We don't have a lot of space in this one, don't we? We need some like decently clear space, which is a little annoying. So we can't have like a really crowded room. Okay, I'm just getting random pictures of buildings now. Okay, see, this feels a lot more ICU. It's hooked up to, look, with all the machines and stuff. Let's see how much we can zoom into this one. And like we can hook up some IVs and stuff. Because yeah, they'd probably have to like feed her through a drip. So this might be a good option. We might want to keep in line with the dramatic lighting of this one. We might want to keep like a pretty dramatic lighting to sort of like black out these windows. Make it look like it's just sitting there in the dark, languishing. But in that case, we might need a picture with no natural lighting. It might be better. We got this with like the people in the PPE. I feel kind of bad using a picture with an actual sick person in there though. Let's try intensive care units. Is there any other terms for it that we might be able to find for stock images? Oh, this picture has the dramatic lighting, doesn't it? When I die in the operating theater, I was sure to get someone to take a picture. Thank you. That's the dedication we need in this chat. She's undergoing a horrific transformation. You need the mood lighting. Exactly. Okay, this is a little bit more dingy. The walls are cracking. It's definitely not an ICU, but damn, it has some fun light. I don't know. Might be good. Might be good. What is this image? Is it a hospital? Oh, it is. It is like the, you know, the place where they wash their hands. Maybe not. There is like a general workspace. It doesn't feel too hospital-like. Let me see what else we get with some dramatic lights. Okay, completely random pictures. Let's try operating room. Because we could try labs and stuff, but it's not going to be too medicalized. I feel like it needs to be like a really medical looking area with your machines and your IVs and stuff. What's she turning into again? A tunicate. Yes, Bill spelled it. This one has pretty neutral lighting, but honestly, we managed to turn decently neutral lighting into something a lot more dramatic for the other picture. So we could get it to work here too. This one might be cool. It's a little crowded though. I feel like there's some value, or it's pretty cool if we like leave the person alone. They're like in a medicalized setting, but we don't show like anyone around them, which I don't know, just makes them feel a little like sad, lonely. Yeah, I feel like it has to be this sort of environment. I dig that. Might be cool with some of these like big OR lights, but I don't think we're going to get that without the people operating. We can try to replicate that sort of lighting. Because this looks a bit sparse. It does have a strong light here, but I don't think that's enough. Oh man, this picture of a C-section has some great lighting. I got people operating, so it wouldn't be that same feeling of like the person just sitting there languishing, completely alone. But it does have the lighting. Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a choice. The dramatic lighting with the operating room, like the big lights on the operating room. You'll only really get that with, this one's pretty okay too, but it's not, definitely not anything like an ICU or an operating room. Also, it's black and white, so screw that. But yeah, you get the choice of either dramatic lighting and a bunch of people in it, or sort of a more neutral light, but nobody around. If they could have kills transplanted into them. Sounds a bit too advanced for current technology. Maybe in the future. But is it worth saving them if they lost their entire brain? Like at that point, you've lost the person. But you want to keep them alive? Like, I feel like at the points where we're going to be showing in this picture, in this next one, it's already going to be too late. Like, it's going to be that person has been lost entirely. And it's sort of unethical that they're keeping them alive at that point. Yeah, it's part of the horror. That while they were pregnant, too real. That's what a US politician would say. There's a lot of pictures. I wasn't expecting so many pictures of like operating rooms. Pretty good for our purposes. More chances to find something exactly like what we need. This the creepy OR. It's even rusted. I don't want to be operated there. I'm gonna take my bones. I mean, this one feels pretty similar to the first one, but not as interesting, I feel like. The owl is back. You might need her alive to figure out what the fuck happened. I mean, yeah, if it's like the first time it's happening. I guess it depends a little on how I present it, and I haven't quite chosen yet if this is like an extremely rare thing where it's like it's first time it's happening, or if this a known thing. Like, oh yeah, this happens very rarely, but you know, we know about it. Or science knows about it. You, the reader, don't, but you're learning now. Oh, this one's nice. It is like all prepared with blue stuff. I don't know how to call that. But yeah, this one feels a bit more prepped compared to the others. Lacks a dramatic lighting, but it has a light, so we could fake it. It's definitely a possibility. I think this is my favorite so far. It just has that OR vibe. Without any doctors around. Should be decently doable to set it up with some cool lighting. And hey, here's that picture from the escaping brain. And the thing about the OR setup is that we can use these blue gauzes. No, they're not gauzes. What do you call those? Blue, like sterile cloth thingies. We could use that to hide a little bit of the Photoshop and like, or hide a little bit of, you know, our, by this point, creature, and keep it a little bit like mysterious. Like she's just being prepped for some surgery to try to keep her alive despite all ethics. And we can use this to hide like part of the body. I don't know, something that feels a little gross, like they shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't be trying to keep this person alive. it adds to the body horror. Because I feel like with body horror, it really works when you like put yourself in their place. So like, oh, what if this happened to me and they were just like keeping me alive through this horrible transformation, and I can't even like say anything about it because my brain is slowly dissolving and my mouth can't even articulate it. Drape sheets, thank you. Now I know. Scrubs? Oh, scrubs is like the clothes that you wear underneath, right? They're also blue. Well, depends on the hospital. Blue, green, typical colors. I've seen pink too. Yeah, usually each hospital has like a code or a different like color coding for different types of clothes. The most common for the sterile ones is this blue, but you know they can also be green. It really depends on the hospital. Each hospital has their own. You know, here's a green one. Here's green. And then the scrubs underneath can also be blue. Can like the color. There's some whites. Color changes depending on where you go. Even like within the same country, hospital to hospital, it'll be quite different. And yeah, I've seen the sterile scrubs or sterile sheets that are pink in one of the hospitals I studied at. This one has cool dramatic lighting. It's the same material. The sheets and the like the sheets below them and the clothes that they're wearing that you wear on the operating room. These sterile ones, they're the same material, yes. The scrubs that you wear underneath, no, those are cloth. But this is sort of papery texture. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know what it's made of exactly. It feels a little papery though. Like it's a very light material. Yeah, I picked this picture because if we want to recreate that operating room lights, we can use this as a base, just like adapt it on the lights. This one has pretty cool lighting. Is it too naked? No, we don't see much. Pretty cool lighting. Oh, it's getting so warm. Gonna boil soon. It's a good indication to tell me you should stop the stream when it gets too hot. So I'll do a couple selections, just like try to figure out a little sketch of what I want to do, and I'll call it there. I think I'll go with this one. And we can use some of these drapes. Just gonna do a rough sort of selection. We can use these drapes to like partially cover things. Should be pretty useful. They use the same material for the bibs they give you when you get dental work. Do they? I've never had like really extensive dental work, so I couldn't tell you, but it might be. It's like the typical like single-use sterile material. Phone overheated? Should get a better phone, Bill. How old is it? Dental work? Oh, sure hope it does. Okay. Oh, I lost the sketch I did. Hold on. I'm gonna bring the sketch back. Where is it? Human larvae. .psd. My girl. You're doing great. Keep it up. Okay. So what I was thinking is like something in between this. So it would have a sort of stem, and I don't know exactly how much of it, of all of this would be covered. I need to figure it out. But I feel like it would be upright on the table. And at this point, like the mouth would have taken over the entire face, like there's nothing else. And like maybe we get a little bit of the butts, but it's gonna look the same as the mouth now, so it's not gonna be too gory or anything, or too explicit. Not gory, but yeah. Maybe something like this. And we get like a little bit of the structure of what the body... Well, I'm gonna paint it like over the drapes because I don't know where the drapes are gonna go. Like maybe you can still see. Like they've lost a lot of their bones. Anything that they need for structure, and the rest has been reabsorbed, reused, recycled. We don't see much of their legs in the first picture, but yeah, they've probably just like retreated like this. So yeah, something like this perhaps. Wait, you make it all on your phone, Bill? I commend you. The day you'll get a desktop, you'll be so powerful though. Your phone seems very strong for doing all that, yeah. Watching stream while editing photos, yeah. Third photo of a simple diagram or educational poster that shows a process. I mean, maybe if I feel like it's not clear enough. I hope that the pictures themselves be clear enough without needing to, like, you know, do a very, like, direct explanation. Yeah, it's the good old mantra of the more you explain in horror, or the less you have to explain, the better you're doing. So that's why I always try to keep like the texts to a minimum. It's not only because, you know, it's published on social media and you sometimes have like character limits. You have to make the different versions for different character limits, but other than that, it's just because I think horror works like the best, the shorter it is. We're gonna add a bunch of textures for like from tunicates. It's like veiny, horrible textures. Yeah, I don't know if that'll be the exact shape, but that's sort of the vibe, right? That we want to aim for. And then the drapes will be, I think, like partially covering. I don't know where exactly I'm gonna put them, but maybe they're trying to cover it a little bit, but what can you do at this point? Like, how much can you cover? Like, is that covering too much? We've lost a lot of the human shape if we try to like drape over the back. So maybe not. We'll see. We'll see what the best way of doing this is. No wonder we have body image issues. We can't live up to this version of the feminine ideal. Truly. This is what peak performance looks like, actually. Woman, I'm just a series of holes to you. Man, honey, you're turning into a solve. What's a solve? I assume it's some kind of... Oh, it's a type of tunicate. Didn't know that was a common name for it. Honey, you're turning into a solve is actually a great name for the next stream where we finish this. Okay, I think we'll leave it there. We got an idea for next stream. We already got a lot of textures. We're going to use a lot less human textures for this. We're essentially going to create this out of flesh and like human flesh and tunicate textures. It's going to be a bit of a combo, but it's mostly going to be tunicate. And, you know, except for like the limbs and stuff, which are going to be a bit more human. So I don't know if I should add a little bit of an eye, is what I'm thinking. Where it's like, it's mostly lost, but it gives it just that little bit of humanity where you're like, oh, this was a person. So maybe. We'll figure it out. But yeah, that's up to finish for next week, probably, depending on my schedule. But I will try and make time for this, because I like this. I like this idea. I think it's... I think it's gonna go great once it's finished and we got both of these. I might actually flip it just so we can... So you can like put them together and see the, you know, it's gonna be a bit easier to see the process if we're always seeing it from the same angle. We'll see though. Up for later to decide, but we'll finish this one. And that is what's important. Saving that as a JPEG and putting it together. PSB? I wanted to save it as a JPEG. Oh, is this a PSB? Oh, it is. Right. Okay, now we saved it. Why is that a PSB? Is this image very large? It's kind of large. Doesn't let me save this because I made, I guess, some images a bit too extremely large. Could be this one. Yeah, I keep doing that. Whenever I test images, I'll just like zoom into them for a better composition. And Photoshop has to like parse all of these pixels. Oh, that's the one. Photoshop has to then parse all these pixels. So makes it a little hard for it. That's another one. See, I make images a bit too large sometimes. Okay, that should save now. That's definitely a lot smaller. Honey, I sobbed the kids. I mean, Bill, if you're making that on your phone, I'm telling you, the day you get a good desktop and Photoshop, you will, once you get past the learning curve of Photoshop, which is honestly, it's not that hard. You can do incredible things, I bet. But yeah, that's gonna do it for us today, folks. Hope this is horrifying enough. I think the reactions of people getting into chat were just that. So I think we did well in that regard. In the horrifying people metric, I think that's worked out pretty well. So yeah, hopefully when the two pictures are together and you see a bit more of a transformation, it should, like, you know, sell the idea a bit more. And yeah, so folks, tomorrow we got a fractal stream. We're gonna be doing the third image in the last part of the fractal series, which is gonna be, other than the epilogue, it's gonna be like, yeah, it's gonna be one of the last fractal streams. So don't miss it. That's tomorrow. The day after, Thursday night, we're gonna play Chance of Senar a bit more. So we're gonna, so if you missed last week's stream about it, it's a game about deciphering languages. So we're gonna try to decipher some lost languages. And finally, on Friday, we're gonna do some bean art. And there's a bit subject to change. As always, the Discord will have any programming changes. It's gonna be a bit subject to change because I'm waiting for the some insurance people to come in, fix some pipes. A lot of bullshit that might keep me awake a bit, you know, at weird hours, which will mess with my sleep schedule, and that can mess with the stream schedule, etc., etc. In any case, I'll let you know if that changes. Not nearly the last fractal stream, but one of the last. It's going to be the last where we see humans. So if you like fractal body horror, it's the last moment to see it. I guess we'll see the skeletons of humans, but close enough. So y'all, I will see you tomorrow for that fractal stream. Until then, hope you have a great time zone. Take care.